We are on the record for hearings on the matters listed in the North Dakota Industrial Commission hearing docket for April 24th. I am David Garner, hearing examiner for these hearings. We are at the hearing room for the Department of Mineral Resources Oil and Gas Division, and it is 9 a.m. On the docket, the following matters will be continued or dismissed. Case number 30797 continued to May. Case number 30803 continued to May. Case number 30822 continued to May. The administrative docket starts on page 5 with case number 30813 and goes through case number 30834. These cases will be heard in the next room with Michael Zisch. Audio recordings of the cases on the administrative docket will be placed on the oil and gas website by the end of the week. If you wish to appear in one of the matters in the administrative docket, please appear in the next room. If there is opposition to the matter, it will be brought back into this hearing room to be heard, and your statements and evidence will be taken. We'll begin with moving to case number 30795. On a motion of the Commission to consider the proper spacing for the development of the Boxcar Butte Madison Pool, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, redefine the limits of the field and enact such special field rules as may be necessary. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Petro Hunt Dakota, LLC. Mr. Examiner, I have three witnesses. Justin Vanderlinden is present in the hearing room, and then Dutch Cruz and Roman Clarkson will be appearing telephonically, and I think I've got them on the line already.
Okay. Mr. Vanderlinden, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Justin, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, Justin Vanderlinden, employed by Petro Hunt, business address P.O. Box 935, Bismarck, North Dakota, 58502. I'm employed as a landman.
And Justin, have you previously testified before the Commission?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with the land matters associated with the Haugen 3-9 well and then the Boxcar Butte Madison Pool?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Exhibits.
Oh.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Be helpful. I had exhibits. You just didn't. So, Justin, looking at what we got marked as exhibit number 1, can you identify that exhibit for us?
Yeah, Exhibit 1 is just a general locator map showing the 9-section area and the producing wells within that area.
Okay. And then let's move on to exhibit number 2. Take us through that exhibit.
Exhibit 2 is a showing the Haugen 3-9 320-acre spacing unit, and that also identifies the working interest within said spacing unit.
Okay. And Justin, you understand this is actually a proper spacing case. However, Petro Hunt Dakota, they initially re-entered that Haugen 3-9 well to produce the Madison, and that's the only Madison production that Petro Hunt had in Boxcar Butte. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay, and Roman can, I guess, confirm that too, and that there's no further development planned, Madison, within Boxcar Butte, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Vanderlinden, and I'd offer exhibits 1 and 2.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Cruz,
Yes,
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Dutch, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is Dutch Cruz. I'm employed by Petro Hunt LLC as a geologist. my business address is 600 17th Street, Suite 2550 South, Denver, Colorado 80202.
And Dutch, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
I have.
Okay. And are you familiar with the geology matters associated with the Boxcar Butte Madison Pool?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I'd move the testimony of Mr. Cruz be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Dutch, let's start with exhibit number 3. If you can just take us through your structure map and describe the structure underlying that area.
Yeah. So Exhibit 3 here is a structure map on top of the Freiberg gamma ray marker, which I'll point out in my next figure on the well log. But it's effectively the structure of the Madison in this area. The 320-acre spacing unit is outlined there in red. And then the Hagen 3-9 well is that black dot there right above the number 9. Again, Freiberg gamma ray marker structure with a contour interval of 10 feet showing a localized high there, kind of right around that Hagen 3-9 well. The colors underlying the structure are Freiberg porosity thickness. So I'll point it out again on my next figure, the well log. But I took a porosity, neutron porosity cut off of 6% and then just summed up the porosity footage. So you can see that the porosity increases as the color goes from green to yellow. So you have a porosity high there kind of corresponding with the Madison structure there, which leads to a better potential from that Hagen 3-9 well. The other, I have the other wells in the area are displayed there. The brownish wells are existing Bakken horizontals, and the purple lines are existing Three Forks laterals. And I think that is highlighting a couple Dupro producers. Most of the other black dots there are deeper Red River producers, so not a lot of Madison production in this area.
Sure. Let's move on into the type log here, exhibit number 4. Go through that exhibit.
Okay, so this is the log from that Hagen 3-9 well, showing some of the Mission Canyon interval. It's very faint, but I have the Freiberg gamma ray marker picked there, kind of at the middle to the bottom. There's Freiberg indicated on that pick. You can see there's a couple porosity spikes. So in that second log on the left side, there's spikes to the left. The perforated interval that we had initially we completed this well are marked in red there. So you can see that it's kind of a little isolated interval there that we are producing. I think we have a mud log on the right showing a gas show that initially led us to want to come back and recomplete this interval on the right side. But that is, I think, it from what I wanted to point out for this log.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for Mr. Cruz. I'd offer exhibits 3 and 4.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Dutch, Justin indicated that there wasn't currently plans for additional drilling in the area to I guess develop this further, but the pool definition that was established for temporary spacing, is that sufficient for this well and for any other development that may happen in the area?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, thank you.
But again, we aren't planning any further production in Madison here at this point.
Yeah, understood, thanks.
Mr. Clarkson,
Good morning.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Roman, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Roman Clarkson. I work for Petro Hunt LLC as a reservoir engineer. And the business address is 2101 Cedar Spring Road, Suite 600, 75201, Dallas, Texas.
Roman, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have not.
Why don't you go ahead and give us your educational background and relevant work-related experience?
I graduated from Texas Tech with a bachelor's in petroleum engineering in 2022. I spent a year working as a field engineer for Liberty Oilfield Services, and then after that I spent a year now working as a reservoir engineer for Petro Hunt.
And Roman, are you familiar with the engineering-related matters that are associated with that Haugen well and the Boxcar Butte Madison pool?
Yes.
Okay. I'd move the testimony of Mr. Clarkson be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Roman, let's take a look at your exhibit number 5. If you can go ahead and summarize for us the Madison reservoir data.
Yes. These figures are largely based on the oil and water analysis previously conducted for this well. The producing formation is the Madison and the Mission Canyon. Preparations are at 9791 to 9798, as well as 9806 through 9811. Static bottom hole pressure is 3432 psi at 9791 feet, 1,500 standard cubic feet per barrel. Net pay average porosity is 11%. Net pay thickness is 7.5 feet. Calculated water saturation, 36%. Formation volume factor is 1.93 reservoir barrels per standard barrel. Bottom hole temperature is 260 degrees Fahrenheit. Resistivity of formation water is 0.04 ohm. Oil gravity is 38.9 degrees API. Oil pour point temperature is 39 degrees Fahrenheit. The reservoir drive mechanism is solution gas drive. The calculated bubble point pressure is 4610 psi. Estimated drainage area is 107 acres based on the porosity map. Estimated oil in place is 227,000 barrels, which is calculated. Estimated recovery factor is 16%, and the estimated ultimate recovery is 36.6 thousand barrels.
And Roman, let's move on to exhibit number 6. If you can summarize your economic data for us.
Yes. So the recompletion cost was $212,000. The lease operating expenses is $7,300 per month. The royalty burden is 14%. The estimated oil price for these economics was $72. Estimated gas price is nothing because we are currently flaring the gas. Initial gas rate was 12.5 MCF per day. Initial oil rate was 9 barrels of oil per day. Discounted present value at 8% is $78,000. Payout time is 3.8 years. Return on investment is 1.37 to 1. Rate of return is 19.58%. We are currently trucking the oil to Concord Energy. The gas is currently being flared. Water is being trucked to secure SWD's close SWD facility.
And Roman, let's move on to exhibit 7, if you can take us through that exhibit.
Yes. So this is the production history and projection for this well. So prior to the recompletion, it had produced 17,630 barrels. It is expected to produce 18,930 barrels. for a total well EUR of 36,560 barrels.
And Roman, the temp spacing for this, the Haugen 3-9 well, it's spaced on a base of 320 acres. Based on your evaluation, is that the proper spacing for that well?
Yes, we believe that the temporary spacing that we had applied for is the sufficient spacing needed to produce this well efficiently.
Okay. And Roman, I believe Justin indicated that there's likely no further development anticipated at this time of the Madison Pool in Boxcar Butte. Is that correct?
That is correct. We have no further plans to develop the Madison.
Okay. And previously at the temp spacing hearing, I believe another operator, potential operator, had indicated that they wanted the remainder of the Boxcar Butte Madison to be spaced on 160 acres. Petro Hunt doesn't have really any position on that. They're fine with that.
Yes, we are okay with that.
Okay. So essentially, would it be your recommendation that the temporary spacing currently in place be adopted as the proper spacing for the Boxcar Butte Madison Pool?
Yes.
I have no further questions for Mr. Clarkson. I'd offer exhibits 5, 6, and 7.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Roman. Let's start with Exhibit 7. The bottom left says that historical cume for the Madison Pool here is 17,630 roughly. Our records indicate the Red River Formation has produced 17,629 barrels of oil. The Madison's only produced 6,271.
Yes, sir. So that 17,629, that was prior to the recompletion number.
So how does that enter into Madison economics?
The economics were based off of the April 2021 numbers, and they didn't include the 17,630 barrels that were previously produced.
So then did you also include the 70,000 barrels that were produced from the Bird Bear and the 22,000 barrels that were produced from the Duperel?
Those weren't included in the economics. Those were just displayed for the graph for informational purposes.
I'm still struggling how you bring another pool into a production chart for a different pool.
Yes, sir. I could resubmit the graph with the historical numbers before the recompletions not displayed.
Okay. And then that 17,630 barrels that was produced, does that influence what you get for an estimated ultimate recovery of 36,600 barrels for the Madison then?
Yes, sir, that did.
Okay, so you'll have to redo those. And then I assume you'll have to redo exhibits 5, 6, and 7?
Yes, looks like it.
Okay, that's fine, if you would do that. And then my last question is that this well hasn't produced since October of 2023. What are the plans for this well?
We are just going to keep producing it as is and not develop that Madison any further.
So producing it as is, you haven't produced it for over 4 months, according to our records.
Yes. So we recently conducted a workover where we did a chemical squeeze and repaired some parted rod. And so the well is currently back on production.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Wait, how long do you think you need to keep the record open?
Hey, Roman, to rework those exhibits, how long, is a week gonna be sufficient, or do you need longer?
I can get it done by the end of the day.
Okay. So just, if we could hold it open till Friday, just to,
That's
in
fine.
case something happens, so.
What's the date? 26th?
I believe so, yes.
There you go. Good math. The record will remain open till April 26th. And that concludes our hearing for case number 30795.
Thanks, Justin.
Case number 30796. Application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the Jim Creek and/or Murphy Creek Bakken Pools, Dunn County, North Dakota to 1. Terminate 2 overlapping 25 60-acre spacing units described as Section 35, Township 146 North, Range 96 West, and Sections 211 and 14, Township 145 North, Range 96 West, and Section 36, Township 146 North, Range 96 West, and Sections 112 and 13, Township 145 North, Range 96 West. 2. Establish 2 overlapping 1920-acre spacing units described as Sections 11, 14, and 23, Township 145 North, Range 96 West, and Sections 12, 13, and 24, Township 145 North, Range 96 West, and authorize 6 horizontal wells to be drilled on each such unit. 3. Establish an overlapping 38 40-acre spacing unit described as Sections 11, 12, 13, 14, 23, and 24, Township 145 North, Range 96 West, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on such unit. And 4, granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company, LP. I have 3 witnesses appearing telephonically in this case, Maggie McDaniel, Brian Sitek, and Nick Stavisky, and I'll call them now. Hey, guys, can you hear me? Yep. Do we have everybody there? All right, we're ready to go.
Ms. McDaniel,
Yes,
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
yes,
Maggie, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, and in what capacity, and give us your business address?
yes. This is Maggie McDaniel, employed by Burlington Resources at 925 North Eldridge Parkway, Houston, Texas, 77079 as a landman for our Balket assets.
And Maggie, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the land matters associated with these proposed spacing units?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Ms. McDaniel be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Maggie, let's start with Exhibit 1.1, if I can have you go through that and identify the proposed spacing units we're looking at.
Yes. So those are sections 11, 14, and 23, Township 145 North, 96 West, and sections 12, 13, and 24, as well as sections 11, 12, 13, 14, 23, and 24.
Okay. And Maggie, before we move on to the next exhibit, currently, Section 35 to 11 and 14 is a stand-up 2560, as well as 36, 1, 12, and 13. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But there's not any current development on either of those 2560s, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We have wells on those lands, but the wells on each of those lands are on 1280 basis, like 36 and 1, 35 and 2, and then 11, 14, 12, and 13. Is the spacing for those existing wells correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Burlington doesn't have any intention to develop on those stand-up 2560s, is that correct?
Correct. We want to go with the proposed plan we're showing today.
Right, which is consistent with those, or inconsistent with those 2560s. So is it your request that those stand-up 2560s be terminated?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Let's move on then to Exhibit 1.2, if you can take us through your working interest in those proposed spacing units.
Yes, so Burlington Resources has the majority in each of the proposed spacing. We have about 69 in sections 11, 14, 23, about 77 in sections 12, 13, and 24, and then about 80% in sections 11, 12, 14, and 24.
Okay. And then moving on to exhibit number 1.2, just briefly go through the working interest in those underlying spacing units.
Yes, so the underlying spacing units that Burlington operates are the Hawkeye, where we have about 58%, the Firebird, where we have about 72%, the Catalina, where we have about 80%.
Okay. I have no further questions for Ms. McDaniel. I'd offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Wade, you had discussed terminating the stand-up 2560s.
Correct.
How about the overlapping 2560s that are, did you mention those?
The ones that I guess we specifically referenced would be 35, 2, 11, and 14, and then 36, 1, 12, and 13.
So do you want the overlapping 2560s terminated as well? That consists of 11, 12, 13, and 14, as well as 13, 14, 23, and 24?
Yes, I guess those would be inconsistent with the current spacing pattern as well, so those could be terminated as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Sytek,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Brian, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, and in what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Brian Sytek. I am employed by ConocoPhillips as a geologist on the Bakken team, and my address is 925 North Eldridge Parkway, Houston, Texas, 77079.
And Brian, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes,
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
yes,
And are you familiar with the geology underlying the proposed spacing units?
I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Sytek be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Brian, let's start with Exhibit 2.1, if you can describe the structure underlying the proposed spacing units.
Yeah, so the exhibit 2.1 is showing a structure map mapped from the top of the Upper Bakken Shale, which we view as representative for the structure of the Bakken Three Forks Reservoir in this area. I've also outlined the proposed spacing units in kind of a black line, and then I've outlined the 3840 acre spacing unit dash red line, and have shown the with the type log location, which I'll show on the next exhibit in section 1 by a star. what we can see on this structure map is that over this, these proposed spacing units, the structure is gentle. These are 50-foot contour intervals. So we do not see any evidence of any structural reason why there would be any variation in, why we would expect variation across these proposed spacing units.
Okay. Let's move on to the next exhibit, the type log, Exhibit 2.2.
Yeah, so this is showing the gamma ray and then subsea TVD for the Mason Petroleum Oakdale State 36-1, which is just north of the proposed spacing unit. I'm showing the different members of the Bakken Three Forks here in red, and I've indicated the prospective intervals in this area, the type log, which are the Middle Bakken member, and then the bench one of the Three Forks. We see good thickness throughout this area in both of these reservoirs. This type log we determined is representative for this area.
Sure. And then let's move on now to exhibit number 2.3, and if I can have you describe for us what your proposed development plan would look like for these spacing units.
Sure. Yeah, so what I'm showing here is the proposed development in these 1920 DSUs and the 3840 DSU. Our plan would be to develop wells, 3-mile laterals within the proposed spacing unit, and then develop a unit line well on the center line, indicated by kind of the highlighted gray dashed line between these two 1920 acre spacing units. The spacing we have proposed here is pretty similar to what other operators have been doing in the area, and what we view as a good plan development, in our opinion.
Sure. And Brian, just so the commission has kind of some context on sort of your full development plan, on the admin docket today, I believe it's case 3816, you've got some increased density cases to allow for additional wells to be drilled on 36-1 and 35-2. Is that correct? To the north?
That's correct.
Okay.
Those wells would be drilled on a 10K or 2-mile basis. Then.
Sure. Yep. I have no further questions. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Brian, apologies if I missed it, but your plan is to target the Middle Bakken with the wells you're proposing?
We are evaluating both the Middle Bakken and the bench one of the Three Forks. We're still determining exactly how we would kind of space those wells in pattern, but we're evaluating both benches in this area.
Okay, so both what you have identified as the Middle Bakken member and the first bench of the Three Forks on the type log exhibit are prospective targets for these spacing units?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Brian, do you have a surface location proposed yet?
We have previously identified surface hole or potential surface locations there on the north side of sections 11 and 12. They're preliminary, but we've done some preliminary work looking in those areas.
In section 23 and 24, you have a well, an active well, that you would be, at least from what I'm seeing, as a Middle Bakken producer from your exhibit 2-3. Is that going to be continued to produce, or are you looking to plug that well?
I think we're still determining exactly what we'll do with that. I think while we're drilling and completing, that well will be secured, or, isolated. Then, after these wells are drilled and completed, we'll probably do an economic evaluation on whether it would be, economic to clean the well out and bring it back onto production. But our view is that, we will be effectively developing the resource with the new well, even if we are not able to bring that parent well back online.
Do you predict any issues as far as anti-collision while you're drilling with that well?
We do have a drilling engineer here that may be better suited to answer the question, but in general, I think we do have process to evaluate this, and I know we've done this in other development areas, but I would defer to him for more detail. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Brian, these 3-mile horizontal wells, are you gonna batch drill these wells?
In some, I don't know exactly how large of drilling events we'll do necessarily at this point, but we will be drilling a number of these wells together.
And then are you gonna try to use existing pads on the north sides of sections 11 and 12?
We're still in the process of evaluating that, determining how much space we'll need for, drilling and completion operations and then the facility. So that's still a work in progress.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Stavisky,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Nick, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed and what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes. My name is Nick Stavisky, employed by Rural Resources. Business address 925 North Eldridge Parkway, Houston, Texas, and been working as a reservoir engineer at Berkeley.
Nick, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
I'd move the testimony of Mr. Stavisky be received as that of an expert in this case.
Motion granted.
Nick, let's start with exhibit number 3.1. Can you describe for us how you would intend to drill and complete the proposed wells?
Yeah, so basically we'd be doing a 3-string design that's pretty typical for what we do. We'd be setting surface casing, then the intermediate string, and then the cemented liner. I guess what's a little bit unique is we would be doing these as longer 15K wells, given that we're respacing the units to more efficiently deplete kind of the area. So I guess that would be the only unique thing here.
Okay. And Nick, on this exhibit, we show the middle block and target here. If you did end up targeting Three Forks, First Bench, is it going to be essentially the same?
Yeah, I mean, they're within 50 feet, 100 feet of each other, so we don't anticipate any large issues targeting either formation. But right now, we currently are planning for the middle block in, but we can see that increasing to upper Three Forks as we do a little more analysis in the area.
Okay. Let's move on to exhibit number 3.2. If you can take us through and summarize your reservoir data.
Yeah, so here, again, we have petrophysical models, and we basically do an average of the unit in question. So you see here we have thickness porosity, oil saturation, which is a little less so than some of our more northern units, but still pretty robust. That gives us our SOIP and our recovery, our primary oil recovery, and the recovery factor in that area. the recovery seems on tune with kind of what we proposed in the past in that kind of 3 to 6% range.
Okay. And then moving on to Exhibit 3.3, if you can take us through the economics.
Yep. So here's our economics. Again, we have a very high working interest in these areas. You'll see a bit of an inflated well cost given that we're doing an extra mile of this well, and then pretty robust economics given the cash flow and the payout and the rate of return. So again, really good project for us. It passes all our economic criteria thresholds.
Okay. So, Nick, then in your opinion, if the commission were to establish these 1920s and allow the 3840 for the lease line well, is that going to prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes. It would optimize our development in the area. Given we don't have to drill vertical and horizontal wells, kind of crisscrossing.
Sure. I have no further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
On your completion design, you have 30 stages. Is that typical for your 3-mile laterals?
That 30 stage. Hello. Sorry, it was echoing. That 30 stage is typical for our 10K well. So this would need to be scaled up to our 15K well. So that would be basically scaled up by a mile.
Okay, thank you.
But yeah, it would basically be the same completion design, just add 30.
And then I got one more question. Is there any concern with those wells that are existing there? How are you guys gonna complete the wells with those existing wells currently on the pad, or maybe being produced right now?
Yeah, I mean, we anticipate us still producing the 2 that are in line. If you look back to Exhibit 2.3, those 2 middle Bakken wells, we still anticipate drilling those. The horizontal well would likely need to be P&A'd given how much surface area is being overlapped by the existing wells. We're pretty confident the remaining reserves associated with that well would be efficiently drained by our AFO development.
Well, I guess one of my question is are you gonna adapt your design, trying to maybe that one that's perpendicular to the 3-mile laterals? Are you gonna change anything with the stages, or is the spacing kind of gonna be uniform across that?
I see. Jake, I mean, do you wanna see if we do anything from a drilling perspective different on that?
Wade, can you swear in Jake Thompson, our drilling engineer?
Jake Thompson?
This is Jake Thompson.
So, Mr. Examiner, I'd like to call, I guess, an additional witness, Jake Thompson, to kind of address some of the maybe drilling and completion issues with respect to the existing wells.
Okay. Mr. Thompson?
This is Jake Thompson.
I'm sorry, is that Johnson or Thompson?
Thompson, right? Thompson?
Yeah. Johnson, J-O-H.
Johnson, sorry. My apologies.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
So, Jake, can I have you state your name for the record and then tell us by whom you're employed and in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Jake Johnson, Burlington Resources. I'm a drilling engineer currently in the Bakken, previously a completion engineer in the Bakken. And the address is 925 North Eldridge Parkway, Houston, Texas, 77079.
And Jake, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have not.
Why don't you just go ahead and briefly give us your educational background and relevant work experience?
So I graduated from the University of Texas with a bachelor's degree in petroleum engineering in 2014. I worked at ConocoPhillips. Since then, so I've been at Conoco for 10 years, most of my experience in the drilling and completion field.
Okay. And Jake, are you familiar then with these planned wells and then how they would be drilled sort of in context with the existing wells?
Yeah.
Okay. I'd move the testimony of Mr. Johnson be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Jake, there've been a couple kind of series of questions. I think Mr. Tabor had some questions, and Caleb, if you can kind of address, you know, I guess kind of a couple things, if you could, how you would drill these, if, you know, with respect to the existing wells, both, you know, on those stand-ups and then on that laydown that you'd be crossing. And then I think there was a question as to whether you'd make any changes with respect to how you would complete the wells. So if you can touch on that.
Yes. So it would be internally something we've done before drilling across existing wells. It would require an internal dispensation on our end because we are dropping below separation factors, but we have processes in place and have risked everything appropriately in the past and feel comfortable doing it. Essentially, we would re-steer the original wells and plan our new wells to have maximum separation within the geologic zone to avoid those wells. And typically, we will isolate the existing wells in case there is any sort of collision. So there's no HSC risk involved. It's more on the economics case. But as mentioned, we feel that the new wells will properly drain the existing wells if there are any sort of collision during the drilling process. And then in terms of drilling the wells, a few other things we would do differently. We have seen that we do see losses sometimes going across existing wells. We'll be prepared with LCM on that. And then during the cement job, we will have a salt retarded slurry because we will be cementing across an interval where there's exposure to produced fluids. So, and then in terms of
go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, and then in terms of completion design, we typically want to tailor the design to like skip that interval, but we will probably monitor depending on how the first well is treated across that interval, and we would potentially lower our intensity for that section right across where we cross that interval, but nothing major in terms of our completion design.
Okay. That's all I had for Mr. Johnson.
Any questions from the staff? That concludes our hearing for case number 30796. Case number 30797. Application of Murex Petroleum Corp. for an order amending the applicable orders for the Sand Rocks and/or Poe Bakken pools to establish two overlapping 25 60-acre spacing units described as sections 25, 26, 35, and 36, and sections 26, 27, 34, and 35, Township 151 North, Range 100 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled in each such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to the May hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 30797. Case number 30798. Application of Murex Petroleum Corp. for an order amending the applicable orders for the West Ambrose Bakken Pool to 1. Extend the field outline to include all of sections 6 and 7, Township 162 North, Range 100 West, Divide County, North Dakota. 2. To establish a 1280-acre spacing unit in the West Ambrose Bakken Pool consisting of sections 6 and 7, and authorize 2 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit, or 3. Granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Murex Petroleum. I'll have 2 witnesses appearing in this case telephonically, Sam GM Fortone and Scott Nonhoff, and I'll call them now. Chandler, I'm having an issue with this one. So let me, if I can have a minute, just
Sure.
get this squared away.
Why don't we take a 5-minute break?
Okay.
Mr. Gianfortone.
Sam, can you hear us?
Yes. Am I coming through?
Yep, now you are.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Sam, can I have you state your name and then just spell it for the record for us?
Sam Jimfortone. My last name is spelled Giam as in Mary. Forton as in Nancy E.
And Sam, can I have you tell us by whom you're employed and what capacity and give us your business address?
Employed by Murex Petroleum Corporation. I'm the land manager, and our address is 363 North Sam Houston Parkway East, Suite 200, Houston, Texas, 77060.
And Sam, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the land matters associated with the proposed spacing unit?
Yes.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Jimfortone be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Sam, let's start with your exhibit number 1. Can you describe that exhibit for us?
Yes, just a general location map of where we're looking to space section 6 and 7, 162-100 of Divide County.
Okay, and then moving on to exhibit 2, can you identify the proposed spacing unit?
Yes, just a zoomed in of the area. You can see the surrounding development nearby the unit that we're looking to space.
Okay, and then moving on to exhibit number 3, can you take us through your working interest in that proposed spacing unit?
Yes, so we have approximately 53.42% of the area leased at this time. There's a remainder of about 30.6% that we are actively negotiating leases on right now. And then Petro Hunt owns the remainder, some state leases, and they own 15.96%.
Okay, I have no further questions that offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Wait, I don't recall your second witness's name.
It's Scott Nonhoff?
Nonhoff?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Nonhoff,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Scott, can I have you state your name and then spell it for us for the record as well?
My name is Scott Nonhoff, N as in Nancy, O, N as in Nancy, H, O, F as in Frank.
And Scott, can you tell us by whom you're employed and in what capacity, and give us your business address?
I work for Murex Petroleum Corporation. I'm Vice President of Reservoir Engineering. Address is 362 North Sam Houston Parkway East, Suite 200, Houston, Texas, 77060.
And Scott, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, sir, I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Nonhoff be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Scott, let's start with exhibit number 5, if I can have you take us through that exhibit and describe the structure.
Exhibit 5 or exhibit number 4?
Oh, I'm sorry, exhibit 4 first, yeah.
Exhibit 4 is the structure map showing south dip, very gentle dip across the acreage that is in question. Generally southeast dip across the area as a whole.
All
This
right,
is a structure map on the upper Bakken shale.
sure. Now on to number 5, if you can kind of identify the points for the cross-section.
The cross section east to west to east is hung off of wells that have full well logs through the middle Bakken and into the Three Forks. The wells that we were able to find are identified on the subsequent exhibit 6, but the exhibit 5 shows exactly which wells are identified on the cross section.
All right, and then let's move on to that exhibit 6. And can you take us through that cross-section?
So exhibit 6 is cross section A to B, hung on the first Bakken shale, showing the continuous middle Bakken sand sequence across the area, showing continuous thickness across all the area.
Okay. And Scott, section 6 and 7 are adjacent to and immediately to the west of the West Ambrose Bakken pool. In your opinion, are sections 6 and 7 is the Bakken pool underlying those sections part of the same common source of supply?
They are.
Okay. Let's move on then to exhibit number 7, and if you could describe for us how you would intend to develop the proposed spacing unit.
So Exhibit 7 shows the two wells that we are requesting to be spaced out here. Both wells will be drilled from the current Carson Gregory surface location that Murex Petroleum operates. We'll drill a due south well of the Carson Gregory, and then a well no closer than 500 feet to the western lease line.
Okay. Let's move on to exhibit 8 then, if you can take us through the reservoir data and the economics for the proposed wells.
So the Bakken out here, is, like in all areas, is solution gas drive. It is a solution gas drive reservoir. We estimate the recovery is around 10%, showing 3.5 million barrels recoverable per DSU. Average thickness across the area is about 65 feet, with a porosity of 9% and a water saturation of 36%. Individual well economics, investment of $7.5 million with an operating cost of $15,000 a month, generates a net present value of $6.2 million with a rate of return greater than 40%, with cumulative undiscounted cash flow of $12.2 million and a rate of a return on investment of 1.86 to 1.
Okay. So Scott, in your opinion, if the commission were to approve this spacing unit and allow for this development, is that going to prevent waste and protect correlative rights?
Yes, it will.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Scott, are you intending to batch drill the wells that are shown on Exhibit 7, proposed well?
Yes, sir, we are.
And I don't see a wellbore diagram. Is it going to be a standard 3-string casing setup, or is there anything special that's being proposed as far as the wellbore?
There is nothing proposed that is special. It'll be a 3-string standard casing.
Thank you.
Scott, on your Exhibit 7, why did Murex choose this development pattern?
We're spacing them for two. Well, I'm getting a lot of echo back. We're spacing for 2 wells. Obviously, we want to drill just due south of the Carson Gregory for just continuity, and then adding another well prevents waste. We're wanting to drill at least 2 wells in this DSU. We are looking at our budget and cash flow to determine whether we want to drill additional wells at the same time. And at that point, we would come back to the commission and ask for more wells within the spacing unit.
So cash flow aside, your plan is to, I think, if I'm understanding correctly, is to ultimately drill at least one more well on the east side?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Scott, your Exhibit 6, by the time we get it scanned into the well file, the logs are going to be almost impossible to read. Can I get you to submit that as a digital exhibit?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. Nope. And I guess, since I don't recall off the top of my head if you did or not, but did you confirm you're planning to target the Middle Bakken or the Three Forks with your proposed wells?
These 2 wells will be Middle Bakken. Full development of the DSU, we are looking at both Middle Bakken and Three Forks.
Okay, thank you.
Wade, how long do you want to keep the record open?
Hey, Scott, do you know how long, I mean, will you be able to get us this digital type log by the end of the week?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just to confirm that's the cross-section, not the
Or,
top log.
sorry, cross-section. Yeah.
The
my
cross
apologies.
Wait,
Right.
so is there a specific email address that we need to send this to?
If you send it to me, I can get it filed with the commission.
Okay. You want it as a JPEG or as a PDF?
PDF.
Okay.
Okay, the record will remain open until April 26th. That concludes our hearing for case number 30798. Case number 30799, application of Kraken Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Hebron and/or Squires Bakken pools to establish an overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit described as sections 112 and 13, Township 155 North, Range 104 West, and sections 6, 7, and 18, Township 155 North, Range 103 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Kraken Operating LLC. I have 3 witnesses appearing telephonically, Brian Pop, Brian Lucero, and Josh Lochner. And I'll call them now. Hopefully, better luck.
Slightly longer than when you had to call.
Oh, the good old days.
Did he really have a calling card he had to use?
Yeah, everybody did.
Is that right?
That for
Oh, that must have taken forever.
And then when they get on there, then it was on the system at that time. So then we could hear how many minutes he had left on his card. That's literally run out of minutes now. It's hilarious.
Hey, guys, can you hear me? Got Brian, and Josh? Yeah. All right, live in the hearing room.
What's your first witness's last name?
Pop.
Pop, okay. Mr. Pop,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir, I do.
Brian, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is Brian Pop. I am the land manager here at Kraken Resources. Our address is 945 Bunker Hill, Suite 1200, Houston, Texas, 77024.
And Brian, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, sir.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, sir, I have.
And are you familiar with the land matters associated with this proposed spacing hearing?
Yes.
Okay, I'd move the testimony, Mr. Pop, be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Brian, let's start with exhibit number 1, if you can identify that exhibit for us.
Okay. What we have here is a regional locator map describing the Hebron and Squires Bakken pools.
Okay, and then moving on to exhibit L2, if you can identify the proposed spacing unit and your working interest.
Yes, sir. So this exhibit shows a proposed 3840 acre unit, which will be in sections 1, 12, and 13 of Township 155 North, Range 104 West, and sections 6, 7, and 18, Township 155 North, Range 103 West. And I'll also go through the working interest of each unit. Currently in section 1, we own 94% of that unit. In sections 12 and 13, Kraken currently owns 48.10 working interest. In section 6, we currently own 73.85% interest. And in sections 17 and 18, we currently own 62.55 working interest. And in the total units that we're proposing here, we will own 64.85% interest.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Brian, does Kraken operate all the existing wells in these sections?
They're currently, can you hear me?
I can.
Yep.
Yes, we currently operating some of the wells. There are two wells, and there's one well in section 1 in the 640 acre unit that where we own the unit, but we don't own the current well bore in there. And also in section, which is the LeBron well, and in section 6, 155, 103, there is another 640 acre unit where we do not own the well bore, but we own the unit.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Lucero,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Brian, can I have you state your name and then tell us by whom you're employed and what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, sir. My name is Brian Lucero. I am employed by Kraken Resources as their geology manager. Our address is 945 Bunker Hill Road, Suite 1200, Houston, Texas 77024.
And Brian, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, sir, I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the geology underlying the proposed spacing unit?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Lucero be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Brian, let's start with Exhibit G1. Can you describe the structure underlying the proposed spacing unit?
Yes, sir. Exhibit G1 is a structure map based on the top of the Middle Bakken Formation. It is on a 50-foot contour interval, showing structure generally dipping to the southeast. It also shows the location of our type log.
Okay. Let's move on then to G2, if you can take us through the type log.
Yes, sir. Our type log for the area is both 35-2, and this shows the typical Middle Bakken log for this well and for this area.
Okay. And Brian, in this case, we're looking for a 3840 with respect to spacing. Is the geology fairly uniform among all of these 6 sections? Are there any structural anomalies, anything like that?
No, this type log will be representative for the entire section.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Lochner,
Sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Josh, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Sure. My name is Joshua Lochner. I'm employed by Kraken Operating or Kraken Resources as a reservoir engineer at the Houston office, and the address is 945 Bunker Hill, Houston, Texas, 77024, Suite 1100.
And Josh, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the engineering matters associated with the proposed spacing unit?
I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Lochner be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Josh, let's start with your Exhibit E1. Can you describe for us how you would intend to drill and complete the proposed wells?
Yes. Exhibit E1 is a lateral wellbore schematic for the proposed wells. It outlines the 4-string drill design with the conductor casing, surface casing, intermediate casing, and production liner extending out to TD, as well as outlining the general completion strategy, which is to have a plug-in perf at roughly a 167-foot stage spacing through the cemented liner. And that would be uniform for all 5 wells.
Okay, let's move on to E2. Can you describe for us how you would intend to develop the proposed 3840?
Exhibit E2 is the proposed development diagram for the proposed 3840 spacing unit. As you can see, there are 5 wells, 5 proposed wells, which are marked in green with dashed lines, and the existing wells are shown with a black solid line. The reason that we are pursuing a 3840 here instead of 2 separate 1920s is because of the unique orientation in which the parent wells in sections 1 and 6 were drilled. There is no efficient way to access and develop the minerals without crossing between sections 1 and 6, necessitating a larger spacing unit than your typical 1920 or even a leaf line. It's my belief that this development strategy, as shown in the diagram, will be the most efficient and will access the minerals of every single section effectively without waste.
Sure. So in your opinion, if development was restricted or limited to the 2 1920s and like say a 3840 for a lease line well, there's a risk that that would result in waste due to the restrictions on how you could develop?
Yes. If we were restricted to that type of development, I think, for one thing, well performance would be inhibited, which is, of course, bad for economics, but perhaps more importantly, the minerals in the northeastern portion of the Section 1, the LeBron unit, would not be accessed fully and would need to be drilled from perhaps a separate unit, or would be abandoned and never really developed.
Sure. So let's move on then to exhibit number E3. If you could take us through the reservoir data.
Exhibit E3 is the reservoir data for this exhibit. It outlines the geological properties of this area, which indicate a middle bottom thickness between 20 and 30 feet, at a true vertical depth of about 10.4 thousand feet. The porosity here is between 5 and 7%, and with a water saturation of 50 to 70%, we observe an oil in place of about 6 million barrels per section, per 640 acre section. For the reserves, on a 3840 spacing, we expect a recovery factor of 2 to 3% per well, with an EUR of 540,000 barrels of oil per well. The GOR is expected to start at around 700 standard cubic feet per barrel, and then rise over time and plateau to 2,300 standard cubic feet per barrel.
And let's move on to the next exhibit, E4. If you could take us through the economics for the proposed wells.
Exhibit E4 is the well economic summary for the proposed 5-well development. As stated before, the EUR of these wells is expected to be 540,000 barrels of oil. And when modeling an initial investment of $10.5 million per well and a flat oil and gas price of $70 for oil, $3.50 for gas, we are modeling an IRR of 49%, an NPV of $4.8 million, and a discounted return on investment of 1.5. And this is assuming 100% working interest for modeling.
Sure. And Josh, you've kind of touched on this already, but so in your opinion, would this be the most efficient and economical means of developing these lands?
I would say that, yes.
And this plan would probably be the one that would result in the greatest ultimate recovery of hydrocarbons from the lands?
Absolutely.
Okay, and then it would also prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Josh, using your exhibit E2 on the bottom of the proposed space unit diagram there, you have a green square with the number 5 in it. I'm assuming that's your proposed surface location at the time?
Yes, sir.
Are you intending to batch drill the wells?
Yes, we are.
And then in section 6, you touched on it briefly. That well that's currently there, the active well, which is also a Middle Bakken, and your exhibit here show that the proposed wells are all going to be targeted as Middle Bakken. Have you been in discussions with that particular operator as far as completion impacts or any proposals to your completion that would have to be changed?
We have not discussed the specifics of this particular development, but this acreage was part of a recent deal, and it is known to the operator that this development is upcoming. We will be establishing communication shortly, and my plan, or our plan rather, is to change the track schedule near the crossers, as I would call it, near the points of intersection between the new wells and the existing wells, not negatively impact the existing well bores.
Okay, so at your current understanding, they are going to continue to produce that well and not plug it out prior to you drilling these?
That's correct.
Okay. And then with obviously the way the diagram's depicted is probably more severe than what it's going to be in real life, but has Kraken drilled any wells with curves as indicated here prior? Any foreseen issues with drag or friction or anything with running casing and so on?
We have drilled quite a few wells with similar curves, especially in Montana. And what we've seen is that when trying to turn late in the lateral, basically one curve is acceptable, but trying to do multiple turns, especially later in the lateral, does start to create issues with torque and drag. But as long as it's limited to one, generally we don't have any problem reaching TD.
Okay. And then in that same diagram, you indicate 3 forks undeveloped with red dash line. Is there future intent of doing 3 forks wells in this same spacing unit?
There is not. That's just a general key, I suppose.
Okay.
I can probably remove that extra label.
Thank you.
Josh, in your exhibit E2, you had mentioned that you're going to batch drill these wells. Is it going to be all 5 at once, or would it just be a group of 3 and evaluate? How would that be done?
We're planning on drilling and completing all 5 wells at the same time.
And then looking at the western portion of the design there, they're turning to avoid crossing that well in section 1, and realizing this just fits in based on the pattern from where you're drilling. Is there a reason that that center well is turning there and that you're not going to drill across that original well in section 1 with the 2 western wells?
Is there a reason we're not drilling across the well in section 1?
Yes.
Well, generally speaking, we believe that crossing wells is not as optimal as drilling in virgin rock, and we try to avoid it when possible, which is why we have this particular development modeled as it is, especially with center well crossing the section line in order to stay within that white space between the parent wells in section 1 and 6. It would be possible to drill across the well in section 1, but I think that would negatively impact performance, and ultimately it wouldn't be the best development for this acreage.
Okay, thank you.
Josh, when you were talking about Exhibit 2, and the reasoning for proposing it on a 3840 as opposed to a couple of 1920s, you indicated well performance would be hindered. Are you indicating the well performance of the 1920 wells or the proposed 3840 wells, or are you indicating performance on the existing wells or the existing 640 or 1280 wells? Can you elaborate a little bit?
Yes, I was specifically. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. With that comment, I was specifically referring to the central well of the new development, which is the 3840. If the center well was drilled as a lease line instead of as a 3840, then it would be in contact much closer to the parent well, especially at the heels of both of those wells, and would not be as productive as if the middle well was allowed to trace, so to speak, the virgin rock in between the parent well.
How do you anticipate the, in response to Steve's question regarding crossing the well in section 1, you indicated decreased performance as well. How do you anticipate the well in 6 being crossed, and or the 2 wells that you're proposing crossing over in 6?
Yes, like I said, it's not ideal. When it's possible to avoid crossing existing wells, we do, but due to the orientation of the existing wellbores in this entire township, really, there is no other way to develop those minerals effectively without crossing. So naturally, the wells on the eastern side would perform better were there not a well already placed within section 6, but things that's unavoidable. The best option seems to be to cross it and minimize the depletion where it's crossing, and develop those minerals on the northeast side of section 6. When normalized for lateral length, though, I think you're going to see pretty similar performance between the east and the west.
Josh, on your exhibit E2, I'm sure you're aware this type of space unit would be highly unusual with this type of development. How many wells has Kraken drilled where they cross other horizontal wells?
At this point, we've drilled at least a dozen, largely in Montana, and in Montana at the very least, and wells in Mountrail County.
12 in Mountrail County?
Yes, sir. That was with an asset that has since been divested. Mining in a court.
And what kind of cumulative production volumes did those wells have that you've drilled across before?
Well, at that time of divestment, the 2 mile wells that came over 150,000 barrels of oil, 200,000, and the 3 mile well, which were actually, I believe, the first 3 mile wells we ever drilled, those had cumed several 100,000 barrels of oil at time of divestment.
I guess, let me
They
rephrase,
performed
let me rephrase the question. The wells that you crossed, what types of cumulative volumes had they produced when you crossed them?
I mean, they were fairly old wells. They weren't very large fracs, and they all produced somewhere between 400,000 and 500,000 barrels of total fluid.
So would they be similar to these two diagonal 640 wells that we're looking at here?
Yes.
And in those wells, and I understand this reservoir, it may be a little different. You know, it just seems odd here that you're willing to cross one well but not the other in this situation. It just looks a little odd.
Right.
Are all these,
Sorry, go ahead.
are all the current wells completed in the middle member of the Bakken Formation?
They are.
And with respect to the 1280 wells at least, were they completed by the same operator?
The 1280, yeah. Not the same as the 640, though.
Correct. And so the well on the west has cumed over 260,000 barrels of oil, and the well on the east has only cumed 183,000 barrels of oil. What do you attribute that discrepancy to?
Well, it could be slight variance in frac design or production method, so it was the same operator. It's hard to say. There's any number of factors that could cause one well to produce more than a neighbor, even in post geology. Without looking at the history of the wells, I couldn't say.
I mean, just from a quick glance, you would assume that two wells completed at approximately the same time by the same operator would likely have been completed similarly.
Sure.
And likewise, the 640 wells to the north, the one on the west has cumed over 156,000 barrels of oil, and the one on the east has cumed 140,000 barrels of oil. Those are a lot closer, at least. Any idea why, again, the west well has cumed more than the east well?
I'm not sure. I really couldn't say, especially for those wells, because those aren't under our control.
Sure. Do you know, I assume the well in section 6, just eyeballing it, the production casing is probably set 600-700 feet from the west line of section 6?
Probably so.
And what's your your preferred interlateral distance in this area?
The preferred distance is around 1,300 feet for new wells, and greater if possible when adjacent to existing wells.
Sure.
With the current proposed outline, it's about 1,400 or 1,500 between the two existing wells in sections 1 and 6.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 30799. Case number 30800. Application of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Ingot Lake and/or Cottonwood Bakken pools to establish an overlapping laydown 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 25 and 26, Township 158 North, Range 93 West, and sections 29 and 30, Township 158 North, Range 92 West, Montreal County, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Oasis Petroleum North America, LLC. Intend to have 3 witnesses appear telephonically in this case: Nicole Meredith, John Prim, and Andrew McLean. We'll have another, I think, witness kind of on standby, Corey Gilbert, to the extent there's any specific drilling type questions that arise, but initially I'm intending to call those 3.
Okay.
And I'll call them now.
Is it Prim or Crim? Prim.
Hey guys, can you hear me? All right, great, we're ready to go.
So,
Yep.
Ms. Meredith,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Nicole, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, and what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, it's Nicole Meredith, employed at Oasis Petroleum, a subsidiary of Cord Energy. Business address is 1001 Fannin, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas 77002, and I'm employed as a landman.
Nicole, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the land matters associated with this proposed spacing unit?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Ms. Meredith be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Nicole, let's start with exhibit number L1. Can you describe that exhibit for us?
So this is the regional locator map, located in Ingot Lake and Cottonwood Bakken Pools. This covers townships 158, range 92, sections 29 and 30, and township 158, range 93, sections 25 and 26.
Okay, and let's move on to L2.
Sure. L2 provides for the current spacing as 2 laydown 1280s, comprised of township 158, 92, sections 29 and 30, and the second 1280 of 158, 93, sections 25 and 26, as well as the requested spacing, which combines both of the 1280 laydowns into one 2560 4-mile lateral, comprised of sections 2930 of 158.92 and 2526 of 158.93.
Okay, and moving on to L3, can you describe your working interest in the proposed spacing unit?
Sure. This is a summary of our working interest in the proposed 4-mile laydown. The working interest is 69.72 in the 2560 unit size.
Okay, and then L4, the working interest in the underlying units.
Sure. The green box represents the working interest of the spacing unit of 25 and 26 of Township 158.93. Working interest shown there for Oasis is 58.32, and the purple box represents the unit of 158.92, sections 29 and 30, working interest there is 81.11%. And OASIS does operate those underlying units.
Sure. I have no further questions. I'd offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Prim,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
John, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Sure. My name is John Prim. I am a geologist with Oasis Petroleum. Business address 1001 Fannin Street, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas 77002.
And John, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the geology underlying the proposed spacing unit?
I am.
I'd move the testimony of Mr. Prim be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And John, let's start with Exhibit G1. Can you describe the structure underlying this spacing?
Sure. Yeah, so this is G1 showing an Upper Bakken structure map centered over the proposed spacing unit outlined with the green dash. This is in subsea TVD space, so you can see the Upper Bakken is dipping gently off to the southwest from approximately 7,100 feet below sea level to 7,300 feet below sea level to the southwest. Also highlighted is the type log, which will be shown in G3, the Rosencrantz 4421H, in section 21 of Township 158 North, range 92 West.
Okay. Let's move on to the ISOPAC map, G2.
Sure, so this is a ISOPAC, or gross interval thickness map, of the Middle Bakken, our target reservoir interval, highlighting the same proposed spacing unit in the dash green as well as the type log. As you can see, there is slight thickening to the west, but on average, the Middle Bakken in this area is about 50 feet thick.
Okay. And let's move on to G3.
And so this is the type log of the Rosencrantz well that I previously highlighted on the maps, centered over the Middle Bakken Reservoir interval, showing this subsurface that we anticipate we'll encounter.
Okay. And John, is the geology fairly uniform and consistent throughout the south half of these sections?
Yes, like I mentioned previously on the thickness map, there is slight thickening, but it's, across the area, very minor, within, plus or minus 5 feet.
Sure. I have no further questions. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
John, do you know when they were drilling the existing wells, did they encounter any faulting or any offset in those wells?
None that I've seen in, the previous well records. This is off to the east by probably, 10 miles from the Nesson Incline, so I don't expect faulting to be, too big of a concern here. But we will have geosteers on hand to, deal with any particular offsets or, subsurface faulting that might occur. But no, I don't anticipate it to be a big concern.
Okay, thank you.
Do you plan on having those wells be Bakken or Three Forks? Which one?
It will be drilled in the middle Bakken.
Mr. McLean,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Andrew, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, Andrew McLean, Cord Energy, 1001 Fannin Street, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas 77002.
And Andrew, have you?
I'm a development engineer.
Yeah. Have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the engineering matters associated with this proposed spacing unit?
Yes.
Let's start with E1, Andrew, and if you could describe for us how you'd intend to develop the spacing unit and kind of generally describe how you would propose to drill and complete the well.
Yeah. So this E1 shows the same sections as previously discussed, the green box showing the 2560. The solid purple stick on the southern half is the proposed 4-miler, with the orange rectangle on the southeast of section 29, actually in the southwest of 28, but can't see the section label there, would be the proposed surface location. Also showing 2 dotted lines for previously spaced wellbores in the northwest of section 25 and 26 on the western half of that DSU. So part of our request here is to maintain the underlying spacing orders that we already have so that we have flexibility in the future to come finish the development of that north half of the Mahala unit.
Okay. Let's move on to E2. Can you describe for us reservoir data and the economics?
Sure. So the reservoir property is shown at the top here. I don't know if I need to get into that in a ton of detail here, but we'll go to the middle table here, OOIP. So we are requesting the spacing as the 2560, about 30 million barrels OOIP, with this well being just shy of 1 million barrels for the EUR, and 1 well is the proposed. And then below that with the price tag shown, and I gave a range here for investment as we are currently evaluating the development strategy here with whether or not it'll be including some wells to the east and sharing a pad. And so we might have some costs that are split amongst those potential wells and this 4-miler. So the range for the cost of the well, we're thinking between 13 and 15 million with an IRR around 25 to 45%.
And Andrew, in your opinion, if the commission were to approve this spacing unit to allow for this longer lateral, is that going to prevent waste, protect relative rights, and then prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions for Mr. McLean. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Andrew, with the plan for the 4-mile lateral being in the middle Bakken at this time, is there any consideration to additional Three Forks development on this south half or the southern
We
portion of
don't
this?
have any. Oh, sorry to talk over you. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, we don't have any plans to do Three Forks development in this proposed unit.
Okay. Do you have plans for additional Three Forks wells on the existing 1280s?
No, the 2 sticks that I put in the dotted lines there were just kind of hypothetical proposed wells. So we're not sure if it'd be 1 well or 2 wells, but it would definitely not be a Three Forks the way we currently think about things.
Okay. I'm probably going to start asking questions that the drilling engineer might be best suited to answer, but if that's the case, just indicate so, and we'll, I guess, get him called up. Your plan, I guess, has Oasis drilled 4-mile laterals to date?
This would be our first.
Okay. What's the longest that you're aware of drilling?
Oh boy. I wish I had this footage right off the top of my head. I think it's 3 miles with a pretty significant step out, so I can't recall the exact total depth, but just a little bit north of 3-mile lateral plus 2-mile vertical.
Okay. Do you know what the plans are for drilling the well? Do you anticipate any problems steering the well? at TD, or any problems getting the casing and liner to bottom?
Yeah, Corey, if you want to jump in here on the technical details, feel free. But I guess at a high level, we were expecting to be able to use a similar approach to how we do we've been doing the 3-milers. So not expecting any significantly different equipment. And then we were talking about some risk of steering for the last mile. So we were considering a rotary steerable system as a contingency.
With the 3 miles that you've been drilling, have you had plenty of weight on bit at the bottom and no concerns with drilling ahead at on those wells?
That's the way I understand it. To really get the details there, I think, Corey, you'll have to jump in.
I think I'm good with the questions for now, so thank
Sure.
you.
Mr. Examiner, yeah.
Andrew, do you know when Oasis plans to drill this well?
And we would like to get it drilled before the end of the year.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for Andrew at this time? I can call Corey then. I can always recall him back after Corey too, if there's some additional questions for him. You don't know if it's necessary to have Corey?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, sure.
Okay, I don't see any additional questions. All right,
Okay, real quickly, somebody did give me some information here in the chat. It looks like our longest well has been a 38,000 foot total measured depth.
okay, that concludes our hearing for case number 30800. Case number 30801. Application of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Glass Bluff Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping laydown 3840 acre spacing unit described as sections 13 and 24, Township 152 North, Range 103 West, and sections 17, 18, 19, and 20, Township 152 North, Range 102 West, Mackenzie and Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Oasis Petroleum North America, LLC. Mr. Examiner, I'll have a different land witness. Greg Sandberg's going to cover land on this one. The other two witnesses will be the same.
Mr. Sandberg,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Greg, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Greg Sandberg, landman for Oasis Petroleum, 1001 Fannin, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas, 77002.
Greg, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, they were.
Are you familiar with the land matters associated with the proposed spacing unit?
Yes, I am.
I'd move the testimony of Mr. Sandberg be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Greg, let's go ahead and go through your exhibits, starting with Exhibit L1.
Okay, L1 is a locator map. And just a brief overview here. The red and blue boxes are laydown 1920 overlapping spacing units that are approved already, and we're simply seeking the section line in between those two approved 1920s.
Sure.
Moving on to L2, just zooms in here and shows you the requested spacing in the hashed green line. 65.39% is our estimated working interest in the combined 3840. L3 breaks down the underlying 1920s, 65.39% working interest in each of those by virtue of allocation of the underlying 1280s.
All right, that's all I have for Mr. Sandberg. I'd offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Just a reminder, your other two witnesses are still under oath.
Okay, great. John, let's start with your geology exhibits. Can you describe the structure underlying the proposed spacing unit?
Yep, so this map in G1 shows the Upper Bakken structure map. Also on Subsea TVD, showing the underlying Bakken is gently dipping off to the east, approximately at a depth of 8,500 feet. Subsea TVD. Also outlined is the type log that will be shown in G3, the Crowfly 1710, in the northeast of the proposed spacing unit.
Okay, move on to G2.
And so G2 is a Middle Bakken isopac thickness map, contour intervals of 2 feet. You can see slight thickening off to the northeast over the proposed spacing unit, but on average it's about 29 feet thick over this area.
Okay, and your type log.
So this is a type log that I previously called out the Crowfly 1710. It is centered over the Middle Bakken, which is our target reservoir interval.
All right. No further questions. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
All right, Andrew, let's take a look at your exhibit E1, and could you describe how you would develop this spacing unit?
Yes, so we've already talked about the spacing, but again, the green box indicates the 6 sections that we have here for the 3840, with the purple stick indicating the section line well that we're proposing. And the gray box here is showing the expected surface location for this well. And it'll be drilled as part of, I didn't show the rest of this. We were spaced in, I think it was October, November of last year, fixing both the DSUs, laid down DSUs to the north and south.
Sure.
They'll be developed at the same time.
Yep. And then E2, if you could take us through the reservoir data and the economics for the proposed well.
Yes, and these economics are the same as what was proposed in the underlying 1920s last year. So I'll jump to the OOIP table. 3840 with the 48 million barrels OOIP across the 3840. The EUR here is just shy of 900,000 barrels of oil for the one well. And then with the price deck shown below, we're looking at a discounted PR10 of about 0.9 with $11 million investment.
Okay. And Andrew, in your opinion, would establishment of the 3840 to allow for this section line well prevent waste and protect relative rights?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? That concludes our hearing for case number 30801. Case number 30719, application of Hesbakken Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Manitou Bakken Pool, Montreal County, North Dakota to 1, establish an overlapping stand-up 1280 acre spacing unit described as sections 4 and 9, Township 155 North, Range 94 West, and authorize 10 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit. 2, establish an overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 4, 5, 8, and 9, Township 155 North, Range 94 West, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on such unit. And 3, granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Hesbakken Investments 2 LLC. I'll have three witnesses appearing telephonically in this case: John DeWitt, Othman El Halou, and Aisha Keshimir. And I'll call them now.
What case are we on?
30719.
Hey guys, can you hear me? All right, we got John, Othman, and Aisha. All right.
So,
Yep, good to go.
Mr. DeWitt,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do. All right, we got John, Othman, and Aisha. All right.
Can you guys shut off the computer audio? All right. John, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is John DeWitt. I'm employed by Hess Corporation as a senior land negotiator with a business address of 1501 McKinney Street, Houston, Texas, 77010.
And John, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
I have.
And are you familiar with the land matters associated with the proposed spacing unit?
I am.
All right, I'd move the testimony of Mr. DeWitt be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And John, let's start with exhibit number 1, if I can have you identify the spacing unit.
Yes. Exhibit number 1 is the location map depicting Township 155 North, Range 94 West in Montreal County. The blue outlines represent the 3 existing DSUs. The first is a 640-acre DSU made up of Section 4. The second is a stand-up 1280 made up of Sections 5 and 8. And the third is a stand-up 1920 made up of Sections 9, 16, and 21. The green outline represents the requested overlapping stand-up 1280 DSU, being Sections 4 and 9. The yellow outline represents the requested overlapping 2560 DSU, being Sections 4, 5, 8, and 9.
Okay. Let's move on to exhibit number 2, if you can take us through your working interest in that proposed 1280.
Yes, Exhibit 2 is the land plat of the requested overlapping 1280 DSU, shown in the black dashed outline. Shown in orange is the Missouri River Royalty Operated Manitou 4-1H DSU, where Hess's working interest is 8.97, and Missouri River Royalty et al. With the remaining 91.03%. Shown in yellow is the Hess-operated in Dakota 155-94-21-1609 DSU, where Hess's working interest is 88.92, and the others with 11.08. The combined working interest of the proposed in North Dakota 155-94-0409 spacing unit will be Hess with 48.95%, Missouri River Royalty with 48.18%, and the remaining parties with a combined 2.87% working interest.
Okay. And John, we're spacing over that Missouri River royalty spacing unit. Have you communicated with Missouri River Royalty with respect to your proposed spacing and then operation of any wells on the spacing unit?
Yes, we've notified them of our plan of development, and there were no objections.
Okay. Let's move on to Exhibit 3 then, your working interest in that proposed 2560.
Yes, Exhibit 3 is the land plat of the requested overlapping spacing DSU, shown in the black dashed outline. Shown in blue is the Hess-operated Ian Hegland 155-94 0508 DSU, where Hess's working interest is 87.99, and the remaining parties with a combined 12.01. Shown in orange is the Missouri River Royalty operated Manitou 4-1H DSU, where Hess's working interest is at 8.97, Missouri River Royalty et al. With the remaining 91.03. Shown in yellow is the Hess operated in Dakota 15594 21 1609 DSU, where Hess's working interest is 88.92%, and the others with 11.08%. The combined working interest of the proposed in North Dakota LW 155-94-0409 spacing unit will be Hess with a 69.65 working interest, Missouri River Royalty with a 27.08, and the remaining parties with a combined 3.27. Again, to mention, we reached out to Missouri River Royalty and notified them of our development plans, and there was no objection.
Okay, that's all the questions I have for Mr. DeWitt. I'd offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
John, if you can take a peek at Exhibit 4. Are all the wells in?
Yes.
Are all the wells in 9, 16, and 21, all 6 of those wells are 1,920 acre spacing unit wells?
No, that is not correct. The wells that are in that 9, 16, and 21 DSU, although it's a 1920, there are 3 that are drilled on a 2-mile basis and 1 that's drilled on a 1-mile basis.
I guess I'm not quite following you. So there are 3 wells that drilled across section 21, correct?
Correct.
And then there are 3 wells drilled across 9 and 16, essentially. Is that correct?
Yes,
But,
that is correct. And we are,
but all 6 of those
Go ahead.
wells are on a 1,920 acre spacing unit?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. El Halou,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I swear.
Othman, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Sure. My name is Othman Ozalu. I'm employed by Hess Corporation as an operations geologist with a business address of 1501 McKinney Street, Houston, Texas, 77010.
And Othman, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
They were. Yes.
Okay, and are you familiar with the geology underlying the proposed spacing units?
Yes.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. El Halou be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Othman, let's look at your exhibit number 4. Can you describe the structure underlying the proposed spacing units?
Sure. Exhibit 4 shows the location of the existing DSUs in blue and the requested 1280 DSU outline in green, along with the requested 2560 DSU outline in gold.
Okay, let's move on to exhibit number 5.
Exhibit 5 is a stratigraphic cross-section that's flattened on the top of the Bakken, showing that the targeted formations are present and continuous throughout the region.
Okay, and I have no further questions for Mr. El Halou. I'd offer the geology exhibits 4 and 5.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Ms. Keshmir,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Aisha, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Sure. My name is Aisha Kashmir. I'm a reservoir engineer employed by Hess Corporation. Business address is 1501 McKinney Street, Houston, Texas 77010.
And Aisha, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the engineering matters associated with the proposed spacing units?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Ms. Kashmir be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Aisha, let's start with your Exhibit 6. Can you describe for us how you would plan to develop the proposed spacing unit, the 1280?
Sure. Exhibit 6 shows the proposed 1280 development plan for Section 4-9, and the bold dashed line are the proposed wells and will be drilled in the Middle Bakken and Three Forks formation.
Okay. And then Exhibit number 7, we're also looking for a section line well on the 2560.
Correct. So Exhibit 7 shows the proposed 2560 development plan for Section 4, 5, and Section 8 and 9. The bold, the dashed line is the proposed well and will be drilled in the Middle Bakken formation.
Okay. Any concerns or issues with crossing the existing well in Section 4?
No issues. We done it before, so we have a very good plan.
Okay. Let's move on to Exhibit 8. Can you take us through the reservoir data and economics for the Middle Bakken wells?
Sure. Exhibit 8 shows the reservoir and economic summary for a single 2-mile Middle Bakken well in the Nesson area. The expected EUR is around 900,000 standard barrels. Economic will run at 62%, at $62 WTI flat and 100% working interest. The expected MPV is around 10 million and with over 100% rate of return.
Okay. And then let's move on to Exhibit number 9. Take us through the reservoir data and then the economics for the Three Forks wells.
Sure. Exhibit 9 shows the reservoir and economic summary for a single Three Forks well in East Nesson area. The expected EUR is around 740,000 standard barrels. Economics will run at $62 WTI flat and 100% working interest. The expected MPV is around 7.4 million with 87% rate of return.
Okay. And Aisha, in your opinion, would establishment of these spacing units to allow for this development prevent waste, protect correlative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, correct.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Aisha, your planned Three Forks target, is that the first bench of the Three Forks?
It's the first bench.
Okay. You're looking at your Exhibit 6, your plan to put 5 wells in the 1280 here. That puts 5 additional wells into a section that's already included in another 1920. Do you have plans to develop the remainder of that 1920, which would be the 16 and 21 to the south?
Yes, we do have a plan to do that in the 2 sections in the south.
Have those already been proposed, or are they going to be on a subsequent docket?
They're going to be in the next month's docket.
So you're anticipating them on next month's docket?
Correct.
Okay.
So Aisha, I appreciate the fact that you're bringing that on next month's docket, but why wouldn't you bring the two together since we're splitting a spacing unit, so to speak?
It's simply a matter of timing of development. We're ahead, plan to drill one ahead of the other, and so as far as spacing, we're spacing one 1 month prior to the other.
Do you have one of your plans to develop the proposed 1280?
Yes, the proposed 1280 we are planning to develop around further of November 25.
Okay, so if we don't make a decision in this case until we hear the next case next month, there won't be any hardship on Hess?
No.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 30719. Case number 30802. Application of Hess-Bakken Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Antelope Creek and/or Sather Lake Bakken Pools, McKenzie County, North Dakota, to 1, establish an overlapping laydown 1920-acre spacing unit described as sections 14, 15, and 16, Township 149 North, Range 101 West, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit. 2, establish an overlapping 38, 40-acre spacing unit described as sections 9, 10, 11, 14, 15, and 16, Township 149 North, Range 101 West, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on such unit. And 3, granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Hess-Bakken Investments 2 LLC. Mr. Examiner, John DeWitt will cover land again, but we will have Jacob Smith on geology and Carson Noble on engineering, and Mr. Noble is present with us today in the hearing room.
Okay, you can proceed.
All right. John, let's go ahead and start with your exhibit number 1, if you could identify the proposed spacing units we'll be discussing.
Yes, Exhibit 1 is a location map depicting 149 North, Range 101 West in McKenzie County. The blue outlines represent the 6 existing 1280 stand-up DSUs. The first is made up of sections 2 and 11. The second is made up of sections 3 and 10. And the third is made up of sections 4 and 9. And the fourth is made up of sections 14 and 23. The fifth is made up of sections 15 and 22. And the sixth is made up of sections 16 and 21. The yellow outline represents the requested overlapping laydown 1920 DSU, being sections 14, 15, and 16. And the green outline represents the requested overlapping laydown 3840 DSU, being sections 9, 10, 11, 14, 15, and 16.
Okay. Let's move on to exhibit number 2. Can you take us through your working interest in the proposed 1920?
Yes, Exhibit 2 is a land plat of the proposed overlapping 1920 spacing DSU, shown in the black dashed outline. Shown in green is the Hess-operated B.W. Hagen 149-101 1621 DSU, where Hess's working interest is 87.08%, and the remaining parties with combined 12.92%. Shown in blue is the Hess-operated B.W. Moran 149-101 1522 DSU, where Hess's working interest is 81.64%, and the remaining parties with combined 18.36%. Shown in yellow is the Hess-operated B.W. Bell 149-101 1423 DSU, where Hess's working interest is 54.83%, and the remaining parties with combined 45.17%. The combined working interest of the proposed B.W. Kenny H. 3 mile 149 101 1614 spacing unit will be Hess with a 74.51%, and the remaining parties with a combined 25.49%.
Okay. And let's move on to exhibit 3, what your working interest would be in the proposed 3840.
Yes, Exhibit 3 is a land plat of the proposed overlapping 3840 DSU, shown in a black dashed outline. Shown in gray is the Hess-operated B.W. Kenny 149-101-0904 DSU, where Hess's working interest is 94.97, and the remaining parties with a combined 5.03%. Shown in purple is the Kraken-operated Frederick James 149-101-3-10-1H DSU, where Hess does not own any working interest, and Kraken et al. owns a combined 100%. Shown in orange is the Kraken-operated Dwyer 149-101-2-11-3H DSU, where Hess's working interest is 12.97%, and Kraken et al. Owns a combined 87.03%. Shown in green is the Hess-operated B.W. Hagen 149-101-1621 DSU, where Hess's working interest is 87.08%, and the remaining parties with combined 12.92%. Shown in blue is the Hess-operated B.W. Moran 149-101-1522 DSU, where Hess's working interest is 81.64%, and the remaining parties with a combined 18.36%. Shown in yellow is the Hess-operated B.W. Bell 149-101-1423 DSU, where Hess's working interest is 54.83%, and the remaining parties with combined 45.17%. The combined working interest of the proposed BW Kenny H-3-mile-LN-149-101-1614 spacing unit will be Hess with 55.25% working interest, Kraken with 31.17%, and others with 13.58%. Also to note, Kraken was notified of our development plan and there was no objection.
Okay. And John, just, I think we have a similar situation here as we did last case, where on a future docket, we will likely be seeking to establish 21, 22, and 23 as a laydown 1920, is that correct? And then with the section line well between that one and the 1920 that we're talking about?
That is correct.
Yeah, and I think Carson does have a map reflecting that we'll go over, but just wanted to kind of point that out now. And that's all the questions I have for Mr. DeWitt. I'd offer the land exhibits 1 through 3.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
I don't really have a question, Wade, but I have a comment. When you split these up like this into 2 different months, it really makes it's not very efficient for the commission to hear these 1 month apart, and I would hope if, under normal circumstances, they could bring these together.
Yep, understood.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Smith,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir, I do.
Jacob, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Jacob Smith. I'm employed by Hess Corporation as a geologist with a business address of 1501 McKinney Street, Houston, Texas, 77010.
And Jacob, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with the geology underlying the proposed spacing units?
Yes, sir.
I'd move the testimony of Mr. Smith be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
All right. And Jacob, let's start with your exhibit number 4, if you can describe the structure underlying the proposed spacing units.
Yes, sir. This is a contour map of the Middle Bakken with the existing DSUs in blue and the requested 1920 in gold, the requested 3840 in green. This is presented with a 50-foot contour interval showing formation dipping to east, and the purple A to A prime represents the wells used in the cross-section in the next exhibit.
Okay, and let's move on to the cross-section, exhibit 5.
Yes, sir. This is a stratigraphic cross-section flattened on top of Bakken formation, showing that the targeted formations are present and continuous.
Okay, I have no further questions for Mr. Smith. I'd offer exhibits 4 and 5.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Noble, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Do.
Carson, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
I'm Carson Noble, employed by Hess Corporation as a reservoir engineer. Business address at 1501 McKinney Street, Houston, Texas, 77010.
And Carson, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the engineering matters associated with these proposed spacing units?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Noble be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Carson, let's start with your Exhibit 6. Can you describe how you would intend to develop the proposed 1920?
Yes, so this proposed 1920 shows 4 wells kind of in the interior of the 1920, going through sections 14, 15, and 16. All those wells are intended to be in the Middle Bakken and likely to be drilled from west to east.
Okay. And then we're also, with Exhibit 7, we're looking at that 3840 for a section line well. Can you describe that development?
Correct. So yeah, so in addition to the 1920, we'll have a 3840 just to the north on that lease line well. That well will be roughly 50 to 100 feet south of that section line, kind of going across there. Also to be drilled in all likelihood from west to east. And then there'll be a subsequent visual here at the end of the deck that kind of shows the broader development plan for the area.
Sure. Let's move on to Exhibit number 8 then, and if you could describe the reservoir data and then what the economics look like for the proposed wells.
Sorry, Exhibit 8 shows a reservoir economic summary for the single 3-mile Middle Bakken well in this area. Expected EUR is 773,000 stock tank barrels. Recovery factor projected at roughly 7.3%. The NPV of this well, of a standard well in this area, is supposed to be about 7.7 million, with a rate of return around 51%.
Okay. And then let's, Exhibit number 9, kind of take us through kind of what the more full plan of development looks like.
Yeah, so the full plan that we see right here is you see the current case with the lease line well to the north. In addition, we also intend to have another pad due south of the intended pad for this spacing unit that also adds an additional number of wells and lease line wells due south of it to fully develop kind of the collective asset.
Sure. And I guess, you know, kind of timing of development kind of dictated how it, I guess, got split up this time, but for future applications where we've got similar kind of divisions of existing spacing units, we'll just combine them, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And Carson, in your opinion, if the commission were to approve the laydown 1920 and then as well as 3840 for that section line well, would that prevent waste and protect relative rights?
Yes, it would.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
So Carson, when do you plan on spudding the wells in the north 1920?
That's expected to be roughly Q3 or Q4 of 2025.
So there really was no rush to bring this one before the other one?
So the northern will be the end of 2025. The southern set of wells will be roughly a year and a half later.
So internally, it must not show up on your radar to bring these two together?
That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Carson, with respect to the existing wells, those are Middle Bakken wells on the stand-ups?
Correct.
Your plans for when you're drilling across those and or completing those?
Yeah, so we'll do anti-collision reviews on all of those. Those wells will, in all likelihood, be abandoned and ultimately will be replaced with the new 1920s, the new 3-mile wells.
So do you plan to do anything special during the completion on those, or just?
We'll secure those wells or abandon them in advance of the completion of the operation.
Okay, so nothing special on these wells, you'll just stimulate them as planned for the acreage?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
That concludes our hearing for case number 30802. Case number 30803. Application of Hesbakken Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Clear Creek, Camel Butte, and/or Blue Butte Bakken pools to establish an overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit described as sections 12, 13, and 24, Township 151 North, Range 96 West, and sections 7, 18, and 19, Township 151 North, Range 95 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit. granting such other relief as may be appropriate. The commission staff has a comment to make.
So Wade, are you representing Hess in case 308? Wade, are you representing Hess in case 30803?
803, yes.
So do you know why they're continuing this case and not, and because 3804 is, I mean, they're adjacent space units. Do you know why we're hearing one and not the other?
Well, my understanding that with respect to 803, there may be, it may be an issue of like trying to work something out with another operator.
Okay.
804, I'm conflicted out. I'm not representing Hess on that case.
Okay. Okay, well, thanks.
So, and as of now, I guess on 803, I'm still
Okay.
of record for Hess. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, case number 30803 has been continued to the May hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 30803. We're going to now jump to case number 30805. Application of Hess Bach and Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Ellsworth, Bach, and Poole, McKenzie County, North Dakota to 1, establish an overlapping stand-up 1920 acre spacing unit described as sections 20, 29, and 32, Township 149 North, Range 100 West, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit. 2, establish 2 overlapping 38, 40 acre spacing units described as sections 19, 20, 29, 30, 31, and 32, and sections 20, 21, 28, 29, 32, and 33, Township 149 North, Range 100 West, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on each such unit. And 3, granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Hess Bach and Investments 2 LLC. And Mr. Examiner, it'll be the same 3 witnesses this case as it was the previous with John DeWitt, Jacob Smith, and Carson Noble.
Okay, just a reminder, they're still under oath.
Okay. And John, let's start with your exhibit number 1, if you can identify the proposed spacing units.
Yes. Exhibit 1 is the location map depicting Township 149 North, Range 100 West in McKenzie County. The blue outlines represent the 6 existing 1280 stand-up DSUs. The first is made up of sections 16 and 21. The second is made up of sections 17 and 20. The third is made up of sections 18 and 19. The fourth is made up of sections 28 and 33. The fifth made up of sections 29 and 32. And the sixth is made up of sections 30 and 31. The green outline represents the requested overlapping stand-up 1920 DSU, being sections 20, 29, and 32. And the yellow outline represents the requested overlapping stand-up 3840 DSU, being sections 20, 21, 28, 29, 32, and 33. And finally, the red outline represents the requested overlapping stand-up 3840 DSU, being sections 19, 20, 29, 30, 31, and 32.
And let's move on into exhibit number 2, if you can describe your working interest in the proposed 1920.
Yes, Exhibit 2 is the land plat of the proposed overlapping 1920 spacing DSU, shown in the black dashed outline. Shown in blue is the Hess-operated B.W. Larson 149 100 1720 DSU, where Hess's working interest is 89.25, and the others with 10.75. Shown in yellow is the Hess-operated B.W. Helga Stensit 149 100 2932 DSU, where Hess's working interest is 73.04%, and others with 26.96%. The combined working interest of the proposed B.W. Sharon Lenore 149 100 2032 spacing unit will be Hess with 78.45 and others with 21.55.
Okay, and let's move on to exhibit 3, and can you take us through your working interest in that proposed 3840?
Yes, Exhibit 3 is the land plat, the proposed overlapping 3840 spacing DSU, shown in the black dash outline. Shown in green is the Hess-operated BW ABM 149 100 1819 DSU, where Hess's working interest is 80.05%, and others with 19.95%. Shown in blue is the Hess-operated BW Larson 149 100 1720 DSU, where Hess's working interest is 89.25%, and others with 10.75%. Shown in yellow is the iron ore operated Ellsworth 1-31-30H DSU, where Hess does not own any working interest, and iron ore with a 90.20% and others with a 9.8%. Shown in orange is the Hess operated BW Helga Stensit 149-100-2932 DSU, where Hess's working interest is 73.04% and others with 26.96%. The combined working interest of the proposed BW Sharon Lenore LW 149-100-2032 spacing unit will be Hess with 52.56%, iron ore operating with 30.01%, and the others with 17.73%.
And then Exhibit 4, the other 3840 for that, I guess, eastern section line well.
Yes. Yes, Exhibit 4 is the land plat of the proposed overlapping 3840 spacing DSU shown in the black dashed outline. Shown in green is the Hess-operated BW Larson 149-100-1720 DSU, where Hess's working interest is 89.25% and others with 10.75%. Shown in blue is the Slauson-operated Atlas number 11621H DSU, where Hess's working interest is 4.65%, and Slauson et al. With 95.35%. Shown in yellow is the Hess-operated BW Helga Stensit 149-100-2932 DSU, where Hess's working interest is 73.04% and others with 26.96%. Shown in orange is the Hess-operated BW Edwin Stensit 149-100-2833 DSU, where Hess's working interest is 75.80%. Missouri River Royalty Corp. With 11.25%, Kraken with 3.75%, and the others with 9.20%. The combined working interest of the proposed BW Sharon Lenore LE 149-100-2032 spacing unit will be Hess with 65.26%, Slauson et al. With 15.89%, Missouri River Royalty Corp. With 3.75%, Kraken with 1.25%, and others with 13.85%.
Okay, I have no further questions that offer the land exhibits 1 through 4.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
John, in 3805, you're proposing to establish a stand-up 1920, which is going to split an existing 1280. Does Hess have plans to set another 1920 to the north of this one?
Yes, we do.
And that's coming when?
Next month.
And likewise with...
And I'll just note that when possible, we will combine all the spacing units into 1 month, so for convenience purposes. But when there's occasionally some situations where development timing and things like that, where it hasn't been in order like we would want it to be for convenience purposes.
Understood. And likewise, the west 3840, is there another 3840 planned to the north of that?
Yes, there is.
Okay. And I appreciate your comment, but quite honestly, the commission will not issue an order in cases like these until we know what's going to happen to those other sections. So whether they're on the same month or not, you're likely not to get a decision until both have been heard. So with that in mind, thank you.
Understood.
Thank you.
You can proceed.
All right, Jacob, Exhibit 5, you can describe the structure underlying the proposed spacing units.
Sure. This is a structure map showing the existing DSUs in blue, requested 1920 in green, requested 3840 in gold, and the other 3840 in red. This is a middle Bakken structure map with 50-foot contour interval showing formation dipping to the east, and the purple 8A prime we used in the next exhibit for cross-section.
Okay, and why don't you go ahead and describe the cross-section for us, Exhibit 6.
Yes, sir. So this 8A prime noted on the previous exhibit is a well location, and this cross-section is flattened on the top of the Bakken formation, showing our targeted middle Bakken formation present and continuous.
Okay, I have no further questions for Mr. Smith. I'd offer Exhibits 5 and 6.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
All right, Carson, I guess start with Exhibit 7, then touch on 8 and 9 as well. What would the development look like on the 1920 and then on each of the 3840s for those section lines?
Yep. So Exhibit 7 shows the proposed 1920 development for sections 20, 29, and 32. All of these wells will be drilled in the Middle Bakken from the north going to the south. Going on to the next exhibit, exhibit number 8, you can see the highlighted Line West well, which will be drilled roughly 100 to 150 feet west of that lease line corridor. And then the subsequent exhibit number 9 highlights the Line East well, which will be about 100 foot west of that lease line corridor. Just a quick correction, exhibit 8, I'm going to be, farther east of that lease line corridor, not west. My mistake.
Okay. Let's go ahead and move to Exhibit 10 then, just take us through the reservoir data and then the economics.
Yeah, so this shows the reservoir economic summary for a single 3-mile Middle Bakken well in this area. Expected EUR about 773,000 stock tank barrels with roughly a 7.3% recovery factor. Rate of return at 51%, using 100% working interest and 80% NRI inputs, along with $62 a barrel oil pricing.
Okay. And then moving on to 11, we've kind of had this discussion, but just kind of a preview for the commission what the development to the north is going to look like, both with the upcoming, future docket and the next case for that lease line.
Yeah, so we'll be drilling these wells from that center pad, both going north and to the south. We will be spacing out in subsequent months the 1920 to the north, along with a 3840 to the west of that northern 3-mile DSU.
Okay. And Carson, again, in your opinion, if this spacing is approved to allow for development of the 1920 and then those section line wells on the 3840s, would that prevent waste, protect relative rights, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it would.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? That concludes our hearing for case number 30805. Case number 30806, application of Hess Bakken Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Ellsworth Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit described as sections 4, 5, 8, 9, 16, and 17, Township 149 North, Range 100 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Hess Bakken Investments 2 LLC. And again, it'll be the same 3 witnesses in this case as well.
Okay, just a reminder, they're still under oath.
Okay. And John, let's start with your exhibit number 1 in this case. If you can identify the proposed spacing unit.
Will do. And just a heads up, this falls in one of the cases where we will be requesting the spacing for the balance of this DSU next month. And so this is for the LE. And so just want to give that. And Carson will also speak to our development plan on Exhibit 7.
Sure.
Exhibit 1 is a location map depicting Township 149 North, Range 100 West, McKenzie County. The blue lines represent the 4 existing 1280 stand-up DSUs, the first being sections 4 and 9, the second being sections 5 and 8, the third is made up of sections 16 and 21, and the fourth is made up of sections 17 and 20. The green outline represents the requested overlapping stand-up 3840 DSU, being sections 4, 5, 8, 9, 16, and 17.
Okay. And let's move on to exhibit number 2. Can you take us through your working interest in that proposed 3840?
Yes, Exhibit 2 is the land plat of the proposed overlapping 3840 spacing DSU shown in the black dashed outline. Showing green is the Hess-operated BW Ethel Larson 149-100 0805 DSU, where Hess's working interest is 76.68. XTO and Core both with 6.10% and others with 11.12%. Shown in blue is the Kraken-operated Larson 149-100-9-4-1H DSU, where Hess's working interest is 0.54%, and Kraken et al. With 99.46%. Shown in yellow is the Hess-operated BW Larson 149-100-1720 DSU, where Hess's working interest is 89.25, and the others with 10.75. Shown in orange is the Slauson-operated Atlas-1-16-21H DSU, where Hess's working interest is 4.65%, and Slauson et al. With 95.35%. The combined working interest of the proposed BW Barber Ann LE -149-100-1705 spacing unit will be Hess with 49.56%, and the remaining parties with a combined 50.44%. And also to note that Hess notified Slauson of our proposed DSU and development, and there was no objection. And also, we will space the other two portions in the May docket.
Sure. No further questions for Mr. DeWitt. I'd offer exhibits 1 and 2.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
All right, Jacob, let's go to exhibit number 3, and if you can describe the structure underlying the proposed spacing unit.
Yes, sir. This structure map is from the Middle Bakken, 50-foot contour intervals, and formation is still dipping to the east. This A to A prime purple line represents the wells used in the next exhibit cross-section.
Okay, and go ahead and move on to that cross-section, exhibit 4.
Yep. These 3 wells crossing our requested DSU acreage shows that the targeted formations are present continuous.
Okay, I have no further questions for Mr. Smith, and I would offer the geology exhibits 3 and 4.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Jacob, looking at your A to A prime on this one, I probably should have asked it on the last case too, but the Lower Bakken Shale you have depicted here, do you have a significant portion of pronghorn immediately under the shale itself? Is that why the Three Forks first bench is marked where it is on the cross-section?
So in this area, we have the Lower Bakken Shale is relatively thin, but we have the Basal Bakken formation between the Lower Bakken Shale and the Three Forks. So it's a formation we don't commonly mark, but the Lower Bakken Shale is not actually that thick. There's the Basal Bakken in between it that makes up the majority of the thickness.
Yeah, and what you're referring to as the Basal Bakken would be what's been identified as the pronghorn by the Geologic Survey here in North Dakota, so that works. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Proceed.
All right, Carson, let's look at exhibit 5 and describe the development plan on this one for us.
All right, Exhibit 5 shows the proposed 3840 development for sections 4, 5, 8, 9, 16, and 17. You can see that highlighted lease line well. This will be drilled from south to north from that kind of centralized pad location. We're going to be roughly 100 foot also west of that lease line.
And then let's move on, exhibit 6, the reservoir data and the economics for that well.
Yep, shows the reservoir economic summary for a single 3-mile Middle Bakken well in this area. Expected EUR about 773,000 stock tank barrels with roughly a 3.6 recovery factor. The economics will run at $60 a barrel WTI flat, 100% working interest. Expected NPV 7.7 million with a rate of return roughly 51%.
Okay. And then exhibit 7, again, we've got kind of that full development picture.
Correct. Just to kind of loop it all in with the hearings or the hearings that we just did earlier, and then also discussing that I think we'll have some upcoming discussions spacing the 1920 and the other west side 3840 in the next month.
Yep. And then with respect to this particular case, would establishment of the 3840 to allow for that section line well prevent waste, protect relative rights?
Yes, it will.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? That concludes our hearing for case number 30806. At this time, we will take an hour break for lunch, back at 1 o'clock. Okay, we are back on the record. It is 1 PM. We'll move to case number 30804. Application of Hesbach Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Blue Buttes Bach and Pool to establish an overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit described as sections 25 and 36, Township 151 North, Range 96 West, sections 30 and 31, Township 151 North, Range 95 West, section 1, Township 150 North, Range 96 West, and section 6, Township 150 North, Range 95 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled in such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Breezy Carlson, license 09826 with Kuiper Law Firm, 165 South Union Boulevard, Lakewood, Colorado, 80228. Here representing Hesbach Investments 2 LLC. Witnesses we'll be calling today are in person Lainey Poindexter, telephonically Jacob Smith, and in person Carson Noble.
Rob Forward, attorney at law, Bismarck, North Dakota. I'm with the Stinson Law Firm. I'm representing Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company, LP.
I just want to note, have you, I overheard your discussion, are you against consolidating this case with?
No, we're not. Ms. Carlson and I talked, and it's my understanding that we believe it would be more efficient if we handled them together.
Why don't we do that?
We're
Okay.
certainly open to consolidation.
Okay, so that would be 30804, and I'll call 30669 as well. The 30669 is application of Hesbach Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Blue Buttes Bach and Pool to establish an overlapping laydown 1280 acre spacing unit described as section 12, Township 150 North, Range 96 West, and section 7, Township 150 North, Range 95 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and other authorized one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Okay, Ms. Carlson, you can begin.
Okay, I am going to make my best effort to call Jacob here.
Okay.
Hi, Jacob. Breezy calling. I'm going to try not to hang up on you, but then you'll be ready for testimony.
So is your first witness Ms. Poindexter?
Yes, so my first witness for both cases will be Lainey Poindexter.
Okay. And she's here, right here?
She is
Okay,
here
okay.
in person.
Please.
Lainey, can you give us your name?
Oh, I'm going to swear her in real quick.
Yes, please do, sorry.
Yeah. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Okay, now Lainey, would you please give us your name and your company and your address for the record?
Lainey Poindexter, employed with Hesbach Investments as a land manager. Business address of 1501 McKinney Street, Houston, Texas 77010.
Thank you. And have you testified previously before this commission and had your testimony accepted as that of an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
I move to accept the testimony of Lainey as an expert.
Motion granted.
Lainey, would you please walk us through, let's look at 30669 first, being the 1280 comprised of sections 12 and 7. And can you walk us through Exhibit 1?
Sure. Exhibit 1 is a location map.
Could I have copies of the exhibits?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
All right. Exhibit 1 is a location map showing Township 150 North, ranges 95 and 96 West, McKenzie County. Depicted in green is the requested overlapping 1280 DSU, which consists of Section 7, 150 North, 95 West, and Section 12 of Township 150 North, 96 West. Depicted in blue is the existing underlying 1280 DSUs, consisting of sections 7 and 18 of 150 North 95 West, and then sections 1 and 12 of 150 North 96 West.
And procedurally hearing these concurrently, would you prefer us to walk through all land together? Okay, perfect. Then Laney, can we look at Exhibit 1 for case number 30804, being the 3,840 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 6 and 1 in 151 North, 95 West, and 25, 30, 36, and 31 in 152 North, 95 West.
Okay, Exhibit 1 is a location map showing townships 150 North, 95, and 96 West, and then 151 North, 95, and 96 West in McKenzie County. Depicted in green is the requested overlapping 3840 DSU, which consists of sections 25, 36 of 15196, 30 and 31 of 15195, section 1 of 15096, and then section 6 of 15095. Depicted in blue are the existing underlying DSUs, which consist of sections 25 and 36, 15196, 30 and 31, 15195, 1 and 12, 15096, and then sections 5 and 6 of 15095.
Fantastic. Laney, if we could, can we move on to Exhibit number 2 for case number 30669?
All right, Exhibit 2 is a land plat of the proposed 1280 DSU, which you'll see identified with the black hatched outline. Shown in blue is the existing Burlington-operated DSU. Working interest to make up that DSU consist of Hess Bakken of 14.46% working interest, Burlington Resources with 39.33% working interest, Continental Resources, another 39.33% working interest, and then all others 6.88%. Depicted in the yellow box is the existing Hess-operated BB Rice DSU, made up of Hess Bakken 73.22% working interest, Burlington Resources 4.95% working interest, Continental Resources 4.9% working interest, and then Oasis and others making up the remaining approximate 16% working interest. Combined working interest for the DSU requested for spacing is an approximate breakdown of Hess Bakken with 43.84% working interest, Burlington Resources and Continental each owning a 22.14% working interest. Oasis and others make up the remaining 11.88% working interest.
And Laney, if we could then look at Exhibit number 2 for case number 30804.
Sure. All right, Exhibit 2 is another land plat of the proposed overlapping 3840 DSU, shown in the dashed black outline. The green DSU you'll see within that is the Hess-operated BB State DSU, made up of Hess Bakken 85.44% working interest, other parties with a combined 14.5% working interest. The blue DSU is another Hess-operated BB Ole Anderson DSU, Hess Bakken 94.14% working interest, all others 5.86% working interest. In orange is another Hess-operated DSU, the BB Boudin. Hess has 100% working interest in this DSU. And lastly, we have in yellow the Burlington Resources operated DSU, made up of Hess Bakken Investments with an approximate 14.46% working interest, Conoco 42.02% working interest, Continental with the same 42.02% working interest, and all others approximately 1.5% interest. This gives us a combined interest for the subject DSU for the BB State LE, Hess Bakken with 78.91% working interest, Conoco and Continental each 7.01% working interest, all others 7.07% working interest.
Fantastic, thank you. And if I may ask, with the allocation methods used by Hess, Do you include the entirety of underlined previously spaced units in your allocation methods?
Yes, we are right here.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Lainey. With that, I would move to admit our land exhibits into the record.
No objection.
The exhibits are admitted. Mr. Forward, any questions?
Are you done?
For now, I am.
Okay. May I call you Lainey?
Please.
Lainey, how involved are you with the development of this area?
How involved am I personally? Well, the land group is fairly involved in the development.
Okay. What can you tell me about when, looking at case number 30804, the larger, longer line, what can you tell me about when the plan started to develop that unit?
Well, the plan, so typically we start plans a couple years before developing. As we started looking at how we were going to develop the 1 mile, we started looking at, kind of discussed in other cases, we started looking at overall development for a particular area. And that is when we started looking at developing the 3 mile well to the north.
Okay, so can you give me an approximate time frame? Was it a year ago, 3 months ago, 2 years ago?
I would say approximately 2-3-ish months ago.
Okay, and when did you begin the plan or the development of the other one, the shorter one, 30669?
I can't say when that planning started. Really about the time we start spacing things is when we start taking a really hard look at how and the timing and, all the parts that have to come together for developing those wells. So I would say it's about the same time.
About 3 months ago.
Yes.
No further questions, thank you.
Thanks.
Any questions from the staff?
Laney, on Exhibit 2 in case 30669, the brown spacing unit,
Yes.
I thought I heard you say that Conoco and Continental had like 39% interest?
Correct. That is their operated DSU. Burlington operates that DSU.
So on the exhibit, it says 42.02, on my exhibit at least. What does yours say?
Does this-
Mine says 42.
It's on 3804. Is that what you're talking about?
Okay. On mine it says
He's talking about this one.
30669. 4.46. Yeah, that may just be an error on our part with the different exhibits. Fairly similar working interest. I may not have full confirmation on that since they're the operator. That would be our estimated working interest for those parties. But ours would be the 14.46%.
And can you, I guess, offer an opinion, or maybe it might be a later witness, as to why is Hess proposing to drill a 1 mile lease line well, when obviously the longer the lateral, the better the economics?
I would lean for Reservoir to answer that question.
I do believe that will be addressed in later testimony.
That's
Yes,
fine.
that should be included with Carson's.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Carlson, anything further of this witness?
Not currently, but I would reserve the right to follow up later as possible. Okay, so we will move on with that. I will call Jacob Smith to address our geology exhibits. Jacob, if you could for me, please state your name, your company, your
Let me swear
address.
him in. Let me just swear him in real quick.
What was sorry?
Let me swear him in.
Oh, yes, please, sorry.
It's okay.
I keep putting the cart before the horse.
Mr. Smith?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yep. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Jacob, could you please state your name, your company, your address, and your position there for the record?
My name is Jacob Smith. I'm a geologist at Hesper with a business address 1501 McKinney Street, Texas 010.
It might be possible that we have a little bit of a bad connection, so if you could check that, that would be amazing. Have you testified previously in front of this commission and had your testimony admitted as expert testimony?
Yes, I have.
I move to have the testimony accepted as expert testimony herein today.
Motion granted.
Thank you. All right, Jacob, could you please walk us through Exhibit 3 for case number 30669?
Of course, this is a top middle Bakken structure map with a contour interval of 50 feet showing formation dipping to the south. The blue outlines are the existing DSUs, and the green is the requested 1280. The purple 8A prime line represents the wells used in the cross-section.
Fantastic, thank you. Could you please walk us through the similar Exhibit 3 for case number 30804, please?
Yes, very similarly, the existing DSUs are in blue, and the requested 3840 is in green. This is a structure map with a 50-foot contour interval showing formation dipping to the south, and the larger 8A prime represents the wells used in the next exhibit.
Fantastic, thank you. Next, could we look at Exhibit 4 for case 30669?
The stratigraphic cross-section of the 8A prime line in the previous exhibit, flattened on the top of Bakken Shale, showing our targeted formations are present and continuous throughout the region.
Fantastic and similar, if we look at Exhibit 4 for case 30804?
Yes, ma'am. This is the stratigraphic cross-section for the larger 8A prime to encompass the entirety of our requested DSU. And this is also flattened on the top of the Bakken, showing our formations are present and continuous as well.
Fantastic, thank you. I have no questions for geology.
Do you want to offer the exhibits?
Do you have any questions?
Well, I'm going to let Mr. Ford.
Yeah, I would offer the exhibits for the record.
Okay,
No-
any objection?
No objection.
The exhibits will be admitted. Mr. Ford, any questions?
I do. Jacob, did you hear my questions of Laney earlier?
Yes, I did.
And did you hear her responses?
Yes, I heard them.
Okay. So I'm wondering if when she testified about approximately 3 months being the time period when both of these units, 3066,
I'm inclined to object based on relevance with the time of planning for our 2 units.
I'm going to let him ask the question.
so 30669 and 30804, is it your understanding that they were both began planning stage about 3 months ago or so?
I would lean on my opinion of the matter.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said.
I would lean on Ms. Poindexter's opinion of the matter.
Well, I'm asking yours. What is your understanding? And if you don't have one, that's fine.
Yep, I believe they were about the same time, roughly.
Okay, when you say roughly, do you mean roughly they were the same time, or roughly they were about 3 months ago?
Both.
Okay, thank you. And were you involved in the development of this area?
I am when it comes to the geologic exhibits, yeah.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
I am when it comes to the geologic exhibits, yes.
Okay, so were you involved in the development plans for this area?
No, I didn't initially stick it up.
Okay. When did you start getting involved?
This would be about 2 months ago when I became involved.
Let's take a look at, are you familiar with Exhibit 5, or is that for somebody else? In 30804?
It's an engineering exhibit.
Oh, okay. Then I have no further questions for you, Jacob. Thank you.
Any questions from the staff? Anything further?
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay.
With that, we will move on and call Carson Noble,
And he's right there.
who's right here, and, oh, please swear him in.
Okay, no problem. Please raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Carson, if you could please state your name, address, position, and company for the record.
Yeah, name's Carson Noble. I work for Hess Corporation as a reservoir engineer. Office is 1501 McKinney Street, Houston, Texas, 77010.
Fantastic, and have you testified previously before this commission who has accepted your qualifications as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And you're familiar with the engineering in this matter?
Yes, I am.
Fantastic. If we could look at exhibit number 5 for case 30669 and walk through that development?
Sure. Exhibit number 5 shows the proposed 1280 development for sections 7 and 13. The highlighted dash red line shows proposed lease line well drilled in the Three Forks formation from the pad location denoted in blue. This is an existing site that we're able to leverage for this infill program, including the lease line well that is to be discussed in today's hearing.
Fantastic. If we can move to exhibit number 5 for case number 30804.
All right, so Exhibit 5, for this case, shows the proposed 3840 development with sections 6, 1, 30, 31, 26, and 36. The dashed green line denotes the proposed 3-mile lease line well drilled in the Middle Bakken Formation from the surface location denoted in blue to the north. This well will be drilled as part of our infill downspacing program within the Blue Buttes field, filling in kind of these wider spaced, lighter designed wells that are greater than a decade old at this point.
Fantastic. And before we get to economics, if we could pivot back to case 30669 and look at exhibit 6 there. They are complementary. I apologize if we're flopping between matters.
Yeah, so Exhibit 6 on 30669 shows a little bit of a zoomed out version. We'll have further discussions that kind of show the full area, but just to kind of show the DSUs in question, that highlighted well is the proposed lease line well.
Fantastic. If we could move on to exhibit 7 for case number 30669 and look at the economics for this.
All right, yes, so this shows the reservoir and economic summary for a single 1-mile Three Forks well in the Blue Buttes area. Expected EOR is about 573,000 stock tank barrels with roughly a 3% recovery factor. The econs run at $60 a barrel at 100% working interest. The expected NPV is roughly $8.3 million with a rate of return in excess of 100%.
And then moving on to exhibit 6 for case 30804 being the economic summary for that case.
Right. So this shows the economic summary for the single 3-mile Middle Bakken well in the Goliath area. The expected EOR for this one is about 885,000 barrels with roughly a 2% recovery factor. These economics will run at the same pricing, $60 a barrel WTI, 100% working interest. Expected NPV on this one's about $10.6 million with a rate of return in excess of 100%.
Amazing. Next, moving on to exhibit 8 for case number 30669, looking at the area lease line development plan.
So Exhibit 8 kind of shows how these two cases sort of couple together. So you have the 1-mile highlighted lease line, line west well in red with the highlighted portion. And then farther to the north, going from north to south, from the surface location that we kind of discussed previously, we have the 3-mile Middle Bakken well kind of rolling through there. The timing expected for the 1-mile well is roughly March of 2025, so this one's coming up relatively soon. And again, I mentioned earlier that we are drilling it from an existing site where we do have a little bit of compression capacity, midstream throughput capacity, and a site that's readily available. So that's why that one's a bit earlier in the schedule.
Fantastic. We can pivot to Exhibit 7 for case 30804.
Yeah, a little bit of rinse and repeat here, but for this case, you can see the highlighted 3-mile well that we're looking to space right here in that 3840, with in the middle Bakken in green, and then just immediately due south of it a 1-mile well for the Three Forks.
And would it be safe to say that the timing on this well is possibly later than the timing on the initial well, but that might be due to planning and infrastructure that is not available?
That's correct. So we are actively scouting out surface locations for not just this 3-mile well, but for the other development infill wells from that northern DSU, from the north going to the south. So we're currently scouting out surface inventory. We're trying to understand our midstream capacity constraints. This would be a new pipeline. There are challenges there whenever you're dealing with kind of older infrastructure for compression and processing capacity.
If I may ask additionally, looking back at case 30669, would it be safe to say that you have assessed alternative ability to develop that 1 mile as a longer lateral and that none have been returned economic or feasible on a timetable that's acceptable?
Yes, we have. We looked at the possibility of building a pad site farther to the south. Those economics were not acceptable. It would be a single well trip. You know, we generally do batch drilling kind of across most of our wells. We alternatively also looked at a pad location to the north in sections 30 and 36 roughly, but we were unable to expand that pad from my understanding. And because of that, we also have midstream infrastructure limitations there. So the ability for that well to be a 2-mile well operated by Hess, it didn't make sense, which is the reason why we're proposing a 1-mile lease line well with a 3-mile coupled with it.
If I may also ask, and I'm not sure it's depicted on these maps, but my understanding is that there is a Burlington pad from which they could develop Section 1?
I believe that's correct. So yeah, I think that is Section 1. I think in the northwest corner, there are some surface sites where Burlington could potentially develop it as a 2-mile well. I don't know their midstream capabilities, but there is a surface location there.
Fantastic, thank you. I don't have any further questions. And I would move to submit my engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavits into the record.
Any objection?
No objection.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions, Mr. Ford?
Yes. I'm sorry, I forgot your name.
Carson.
Carson, thank you. Carson, you're aware that there's an objection on both of these cases, correct? By Burlington?
Correct. That's why we're here.
And is it your understanding that the reason for the objection primarily is the area, and I'm looking at, let's take a look at exhibit number 6 from 30669. Let me know when you got that one.
Yes.
Okay, so is it your understanding that the primary concern of Burlington is that area that's right on top of the 1-mile red line?
That's my understanding from conversations with my land team.
And the concern, as you understand it, is that if this 1 mile is drilled fairly soon, in March 2025, and the other one never is, the longer one in 30804, those mineral interests will be neglected or stranded.
Can you repeat the question, just real quick?
Sure. Is it your understanding that Burlington's concern is that that area, if the 1 mile well is drilled, as you've indicated with a somewhat firm date of March 25th, at least an expectation, if that one's drilled, but then the other one in 30804 is not drilled, that then these minerals will be stranded?
I think that that's my understanding of their concerns. I would also add that any undrilled space well that's never drilled strands resource.
Do you drill many 1 mile wells in the Bakken anymore?
We do. It's rare. Not all 1 mile wells are created equal. So off of this page of this exhibit that you just noted, if you were to take 3 DSUs over, it's in the blank space. We have the BB Olson. We have 1 mile Middle Bakken and Three Forks staggered wells at about 550 foot spacing. The success of those wells that came online roughly the middle of last year ultimately kind of helped us to start to look into this area more.
So, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you did say it was rare, correct?
It is rare, yeah.
And how many a year do you think, in your experience, Hess has been drilling in North Dakota?
We drilled 5 last year.
Okay. And what is the hurry for this one?
The hurry for this one?
Yeah, the March 25th, or March of 2025 1 miler.
Yes, so we intend to move this up into our schedule because we've seen the results from our infill program within the Keene area, and it grades better than some of the development that we have elsewhere. We're also trying to level load our midstream infrastructure build and putting wells in the right place. So it's part of a grander 4-rig program of development, and this one has shifted forward because of the expected returns that we're seeing and we discussed in the exhibits.
Okay. So I think I also heard you use some words. You said something about this well helps you leverage something within the program. Could you tell me what you meant when you said that?
It allows us to utilize existing infrastructure pads and facilities. So we're not expending dollars on new infrastructure pad and facilities for this site, for this 1 mile location.
Okay. And so, forgive me, but I'm going to circle back around to why now? Why does that have to be done before the other one in 30804?
Because the location to the north, we haven't scouted surface. We don't have a full clear picture on our midstream infrastructure. It's inherently different because we're not able to utilize existing sites and capacities. This is something that would be clean slate, new build. Those take a lot longer to work through the process of permitting, planning, et cetera.
When do you expect the well in 30804 to be drilled?
So we're currently evaluating the surface situation up there and the midstream infrastructure. So when we plan to drill the first set of those infill wells is roughly the very end of 2026. And we are in the process of evaluating whether or not we can drill all of those wells or just some of those wells and then do an additional return trip. Again, alluding to the midstream capacity constraints that we're kind of having to live under in that area.
Are we talking about the same one? Or we're talking about the well on 30804?
Correct.
Okay. So, forgive me, but did I just hear you say that you're still considering what wells will be drilled and when, basically, correct? And you're scouting and looking at the infrastructure and determining what you're going to be able to do. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. So, is it fair to say that there's a possibility you may not drill the well in 30804?
Our intent is to space it to drill it. We don't space things that we don't intend to drill.
That's not really what I asked.
Is the question, can you repeat the question then? So
Sure. I asked, is it possible, given the preliminary stages you're in, that the well in 30804 will not be drilled?
it's always possible that something could come up that we couldn't drill the well. Any well.
sitting here today, is it your opinion that Hess will be drilling that well if all things go the way it should?
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm going to ask you not to nod, okay? Okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's see. I'd like you to just go over the economic numbers one more time, and mostly because I'm deaf in one ear and I can't hear very well out of the other, so I just wanted to hear him again because he went a little fast. Let's take a look at Exhibit 7. Could you go over that again, please? Just a little bit slower this time.
Yes, so this shows the reservoir and economic summary for a single 1 mile Three Forks well in the Blue Buttes area. Expected EUR of 573,000 stock tank barrels, recovery factor anticipated at a little under 3%. The economics were run at $60 a barrel, 100% working interest. The expected NPV of this well is about 8.3 million with a rate of return in excess of 100%.
Thank you, Carson.
May I ask a couple follow-up questions while they're still relevant?
Well, I'm going to go to the staff first, then I'll come right back to you.
Sure.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Any questions from the staff?
Carson, if you look at Exhibit 6 in 30669, Exhibit 5 in 30804, did Hess consider drilling both these lease line wells from the same pad?
Sorry, Exhibit 5 on
30804.
So I don't believe we'd be able to do that. We did look into that scenario. The issue that we have is the BB Rice one, the case number 30669. That pad has enough space for an incremental well. Unfortunately, our midstream capacity will not allow for an incremental well's worth of volume, specifically a 3-mile well worth of volumes. So drilling both south and north at the same time wouldn't be possible given the constraints that we're under. And because we still have the opportunity in the future to come in and get it from the north, in like we show in 30804, we have it split up in that fashion. We also looked at the possibility of drilling it from a surface site, which I had mentioned a little bit earlier on the BB State. That would be section 29, I believe. And that site was not viable for expansion, and it also wasn't viable from a midstream perspective. Plus, it would be it'd be more of a difficult trip just to get 2 wells.
Okay, thank you.
Carson, I don't believe it was touched on, but would you elaborate on why the short lateral is proposed to be the Three Forks well and the longer lateral is proposed to be a Middle Bakken?
It's a great question. So the offsetting well directly to the west is a Middle Bakken well. So the well on Burlington Resources property is a Middle Bakken well. We are, if you look at Exhibit 5 on 30669, we are basically replacing our Three Forks well that is adjacent to it, which was about a 1.4 million pound well with a Middle Bakken well. So that's the reason that one is a Three Forks well. And if you look at 30804, you can see that the first 2 miles of the Middle Bakken 3-mile well is directly adjacent to a Three Forks well. They're very, very close. So that's why we decided to stack this and wine rack this up into the Middle Bakken for this portion of the well. And if your 2 miles of your 3-mile well is in the Middle Bakken, the 3rd mile is going to be in the Middle Bakken as well. We have done studies that suggest that the Middle Bakken wells and the Three Forks wells, even in this area, do effectively drain within a relatively, within the bands of the lease line corridor that we're talking about. They are able to drain both the Bakken and the Three Forks benches.
And you, just to confirm something you said earlier, the offsetting well to the west of your short lateral, the Burlington well just to the west of that is a Middle Bakken targeted well?
That's my understanding from the well name, which is the Lavos, oh man, it's really small, Lavos 8-1-1 MBH, whereas the one on the other side of it is the Lavos 7-1 UTFH, to UTFH. So that's my understanding from at least the naming convention.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Carson.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple quick questions for you, Carson, and then if I may, maybe a follow-up for Laney as well. Looking back at Exhibit 6 for 30669, this was the question that was raised about the, and I quote, stranded acreage in Section 1. I believe what I heard you say then is that for Hess to develop this, they would have to drill 2 wells. They cannot drill that economically with 1 lateral, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we also discussed earlier that Burlington has a pad from which they could develop that section.
Correct.
Would Hess oppose development of that section by Burlington, to the best of your knowledge?
No. We have asked them if they had plans.
Okay. And are you aware of any spacing unit that the commission cannot legally alter or amend or revoke should it not be developed in good faith?
It's a better question for Laney.
Laney, are you aware of any order that the commission does not have the authority to revoke or amend if it is not developed in good faith?
Not to my knowledge.
One more question, Laney, while we have you on the line. How long have you worked with Hess?
10 years.
10 years. In the 10 years you've worked with Hess, have you ever seen Hess invest time, resources, and energy in proposing development for regulatory compliance that they had zero intent to complete?
No, I have not.
I think that's it for my questions. Oh, actually, it's in fact not it for my questions, if you will bear with me. Carson, can you confirm for me, clearly not an engineer, way above my pay grade, looking at Exhibit 830669, the development of that 1 mile lateral, would you say that development of that 1 mile lateral, either before or after the 3 mile lateral, would negatively impact the correlative rights of the owners in that northern lease line unit?
No, it would not. You would not be depleting those resources from the southern lease line well.
Fantastic. If I may bother you one more time, Laney, I know that we have discussed previously orders of the commission looking at commitment wells and timing obligations. Are you aware of the commission imposing those restrictions absent correlative right considerations?
Not to my knowledge.
And to the best of your knowledge, has there been communication with Burlington that offered to include language in the order for case number 30804 that the well would be completed with the reasonable diligence of a prudent operator and in good faith and in a timely manner?
Yes, we have offered that language.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Ford?
Carson, take a look at Exhibit 5 of case number 30804. Let me know when you've got that.
Got it.
Okay. So at the top, as it's coming down, how far away do you propose it's going to be roughly from the BB Ole Anderson LW well that is in red and is looking at the exhibit? It's to the right of the proposed well. How far away is that? How many feet would you say?
So we would intend to put that probably 200 feet west of the lease line at the heel to stay farther away from the BB Ole Anderson well. I think we would net probably an effective 375-foot distance from there. And likely with the toe of this proposed 3 mile well, we would probably end the toe of that well relatively close to the lease line to try to center up on that kind of final mile of the lateral. So it wouldn't be drilled due north-south, if that makes sense. It would be a little bit of a slant.
Take a little bit of a jog?
Correct.
Sort of, okay.
To optimize, recoverable resource.
How far away are you usually comfortable in drilling from an existing well like the BB Ole Anderson?
We have in the past drilled some wells very, very tight. Generally, we try to stay, the guidance that I've been given on an anti-collision basis, that we want to stay at least 150 feet away. If you look on this actual image right here, you can see the BB State. You see that little pad location in kind of the bottom right of the BB State. So those are 4 wells, and the Middle Bakken and Three Forks well are literally on top of each other. So I guess distance-wise from the Middle Bakken to Three Forks, that's probably about 100 feet between wells. We don't do this anymore for good reason, but we are able and capable of getting close to the wells, if that answers your question a little bit.
Thank you, Carson. I have no further questions.
Anything further?
Nothing further.
Anything further from the staff?
This can be for Carson or for Laney. Sections 1 and 12, 6 and 7 are currently at lease line 2560. Has that been developed?
Probably have a better map.
That one has.
112.
I don't think there's an existing lease line there. Have you seen
Can you
it?
show me where on the map? I'm sorry, just trying to orient myself
1 and
here.
12, 6 and 7. Doesn't look like there's an existing lease line on that plat.
No, I mean, isn't that what we're spacing
Yeah.
right now?
Yeah.
But there's an existing space unit there.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Correct.
So if this application or these applications are approved, I assume you would want that space unit terminated?
It could be, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Ford, did you want to call any witnesses, or?
Yes. There'll be 3. It is going to be Ashley Hansen, Brian Sitek, and Nick, I forget how to pronounce Nick's name. Stavisky. I'll be calling them telephonically.
Okay. Sure. Mr. Ford, staff still has another question.
So the language that you said was offered to Burlington concerning the timing of drilling that 3840 well, has that been offered into evidence?
No, it did not get offered into evidence. The language that we had offered, they declined
Okay,
to accept.
thank you.
Yes.
Hello. Mr. Hearing Examiner, if we took a 5-minute break?
That's fine. We will take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
We are back on the record, and Mr. Ford, you can proceed.
Thank you. Ashley, can you hear me?
Oh, you know what? Let me swear her in.
Ashley, can you hear us?
I can.
Ms. Hanson, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Ashley, could you state your name, please?
Yes, my name is Ashley Hanson.
And what do you do for a living?
I am a staff land negotiator for ConocoPhillips.
And how long have you worked for ConocoPhillips?
I have worked for ConocoPhillips for 13 years. During my tenure, I've worked Eagle Ford, Niobrara, and Bakken assets.
What's the extent of your relevant education?
I have a bachelor's of business administration and energy commerce.
Are you familiar with the applications that Hess has filed that we've been talking about here today?
Yes.
Have you been an expert before this commission before?
I have not. This will be my first time.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I offer Ms. Hanson's testimony as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Ashley, let's take a look. I've handed out the exhibits. Could you take a look at Exhibit A?
Yes.
What is that?
Exhibit A reflects the map description for Hess's case number 30669 and 30680.
What about Exhibit B?
This depicts the area for case numbers 30804 and 30823.
Could you tell us what the dotted line is? What is that supposed to signify in each of the exhibits? The dotted oval.
Yes, so the dotted oval on both exhibits is identifying the lease line corridor that Burlington is concerned may be stranded if case number 30669 is approved.
And that is, just to give some relevance, it's Section 1 and Section 6?
Correct.
Did you hear Ms. Poindexter testify earlier about ConocoPhillips or Burlington's ownership interests in these two units?
I did.
And was she approximately correct? Were those numbers about what you understand your ownership to be?
Yes, the approximate estimate she provided was matched our records as well.
I have no further questions, and I offer Exhibits A and B into evidence.
Any objection, Ms. Carlson?
No objection.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions, Ms. Carlson?
Yes, I do have a handful of questions. Ashley, can you explain to me when you say these lands may be stranded, exactly how you depict or picture those lands becoming stranded when Hess is concurrently proposing a unit to develop them?
Yes, so in the event that the 1 mile lateral that's requested in case number 30669 is drilled in March 2025 as indicated, even if Hess proceeds with getting an order for the 3 mile lateral in case 30804, just because you receive an order for spacing and pooling, it does not obligate you to drill a well, and that is Burlington's main concern. We would prefer that to be more or less a well obligation, just to ensure that the lease line corridor between sections 1 and 6 is not stranded for ourselves and also for the relative rights of other owners.
Are you aware that even if the commission grants this order currently with the proposed 3 mile lateral, you would still have entitlements to operate that unit as well?
Yes, but our understanding is that a well that's shown as a 5K would be sub-economic, and it's typically not something that Burlington would drill on a single well pad. Obviously, I'm not the expert in this area, but my two counterparts can also testify to this.
Certainly. Did you happen to hear in testimony earlier Hess note that for them to develop the units comprised of sections 1 and 2, they too would have to drill 2 wells?
Yes, I did hear them state that.
Okay, do you have any plans to develop any of these lands, including Section 1?
Yes, so early on in the discussions with my Hess counterpart, we were talking about different alternatives for this area, and we had indicated that in the future, although not near term, that this lease line corridor, which would have been sections 1, 6, 12, and 7, would have been available for an on-pattern 2-mile lease line well in the future that we would likely pair with additional infill development that we call edge wells down the road.
Is there a guarantee that you will drill those wells in the future?
There's not a guarantee, but like I said, we're looking at secondary development opportunities now, so this would be a prime candidate.
Do you have pending applications before the commission to develop those lands?
We do not at this time.
I have no additional questions.
Any questions from the staff?
Ashley, you're concerned that Hess might not drill that 3840 well. What's the root of that concern? I mean, why do you think they won't drill it?
I think there's a couple of things at play. As they indicated, there's no surface location currently secured. It sounds like there's some offtake concerns that are also in the mix. So we just have an uncertain feeling that we're not sure if this will actually get developed, and we just want to ensure that once the 1 mile lateral is drilled, that the remainder will also be developed.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Ford?
That's all I've got. Brian Sitek would be the next witness.
Mr. Sitek?
Yeah.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Brian, could you state your name, please?
Brian Sitek.
And what do you do for a living?
I am a geologist at ConocoPhillips.
How long have you been employed with ConocoPhillips?
I guess I've been with ConocoPhillips for about 3 years, but for 4 years before that, I was with Concho Resources. So to 7 total years as a geologist.
Are you familiar with the geology and other aspects of the applications that Hess has filed that we're talking about here today?
Yes.
Have you had your testimony accepted as an expert before this commission in the past?
Yes.
I move to, thank you, I move to admit Mr. Sitek's testimony as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Brian, how are you familiar with the applications that the commission has filed? Could you walk us through a little bit of what you've looked at?
Sure. Yeah, so the team, we evaluate, or we track cases, that are submitted to the NDIC monthly, and we review specific cases that are offsetting, ConocoPhillips acreage position, which could impact our development plans or future development plans. And so the case that we're talking about today was one of those cases that was flagged for review by our team.
And why is Burlington objecting to these two applications?
We're concerned that there's the potential that the 1 mile tract between, along the lease line, section line between sections 1 and 6 may be stranded if the unit line between section 12 and 7 is approved.
Is it your understanding that the well line in 30804, the longer one, was actually suggested after the shorter one in 306?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Did it perhaps give you the uneasy feeling that this was an afterthought?
Yes.
Are there any other circumstances that make Burlington hesitant about the well in 30804? I should say hesitant about or question Hess's commitment to drilling that well?
Just because there's no timing necessarily that's been communicated, our concern is just that it may not end up being developed. There are a lot of different things at play potentially. Depletion along, the lease line corridor, if there were a change in, kind of its economic environment. There are a lot of external factors that could, play into the decision whether or not to drill that well.
Do you have,
that is a concern.
Thank you. Do you have exhibits A and B with you?
I do.
You heard Ashley's testimony earlier about the dotted line?
Yeah.
And what is your opinion as to what would happen if the well in 30669 is drilled, but the well in 30804 is not?
Is my concern that resource may be stranded.
In working on development plans, do you see 1 mile drill, 1 mile wells drilled that often in the Bakken?
They're not very common anymore. We typically do not drill 1 mile wells unless there's, really no other option.
Do you know why?
They are not economic, typically, or as economic as 2 mile or longer laterals.
If Burlington were to develop this area, what would Burlington do differently? Would it be along the lines of what Ashley testified to?
I think Ashley mentioned there's the potential to drill a 2 mile well between sections 1, 6, 12, and 7. Is that correct? And pair it with an additional secondary development well. Yeah, I think that's what she mentioned, and so that would be what our potential development plan would be.
Okay, and why would that be better than what Hess is proposing right now?
Because we typically view 2 mile or longer laterals as more economically attractive for our metric.
Brian, what is Burlington asking the commission to do today?
We, are really, I guess, kind of requesting that there be a time commitment given if both orders are granted to ensure that both wells are drilled, and so that no section or part of the section line is left stranded.
And conceivably, if there is no time commitment that could be put in an order, what would Burlington be asking for?
We would ask that both applications be denied.
No further questions at this time. Thank you, Brian.
Ms. Carlson.
I do have a couple questions. I apologize for the oversight. What did you say your role was again with Conoco?
I'm a geologist.
You're a geologist. Okay, interesting. So, to your point about stranding the minerals in Section 1, if Hess is not to drill this 3 mile lateral, from the conversations you've had internally, you are admitting that Conoco has the ability to develop Section 1, correct?
There is the potential we could drill a well there.
Did I hear you correct when you said you don't prefer to drill 1 mile laterals, but you will do it when you have no other attractive options?
Yeah, I believe I said that.
Do you happen to know off the top of your head how many approved but currently undeveloped spacing units Burlington and/or Conoco has?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Do you know how many of those approved but undeveloped spacing units include firm drilling commitments?
I'm not aware.
I would offer to leave the record open so you could get that data for us.
I'll object. I don't think, he's indicated he doesn't know.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
Brian, if I understood your testimony correctly, that Burlington could drill a 2-mile lease line well that would include sections 1 and 6, but it's not on your foreseeable drilling schedule?
That's correct.
And if Burlington never drills that well, won't that acreage be stranded still?
It would be.
Did you listen to Hess's testimony when they talked about the economics of their 1-mile well?
I did hear it. I'm not a reservoir engineer, so
Okay.
I'm not sure how to
Understood.
Good.
Thank you.
Mr. Ford, anything further?
Nothing from Brian, Mr. Hearing Examiner. My next witness is Nick Stavisky.
Mr. Stavisky,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it will.
Nick, what is your name and occupation, please?
My name is Nick Stavisky, and I am a reservoir engineer for Burlington Resources, Conoco.
How long have you worked for Burlington?
I've worked for 5 years.
Have you testified before the North Dakota Industrial Commission as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
And was that testimony accepted as an expert?
Yes, it was.
Are you familiar with the applications that Hess has filed with the commission in these cases?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I move to have Mr. Stavisky's testimony accepted as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Nick, did you hear the testimony of Mr. Sytek?
Yes, I did.
And did you hear him testify about the area of the dotted line?
Yes. The section in between sections 1 and section 6.
Correct.
Correct.
Have you reviewed that area for economic development?
Yes, I have.
Are you able to quantify the economic impact in that dotted area if it goes undeveloped?
I could give a ballpark, but I would rather not give our economic metrics on record.
Okay, well, let's do a ballpark.
Okay. Our interest would relatively be about $500,000 of ConocoPhillips interest, and then not including the other landowners.
Did you hear Hess's engineer testify? Carson is his name.
Yes. Yes.
Did you hear him testify about the economics of the 1 mile well that they're proposing in 30669?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Did you have any disagreement with any aspect of his testimony on the economics?
It seems a bit, again, not sure what assumptions, there's a lot of assumptions that go into modeling the
suggested impact per well, but given a 1 mile development, given we don't have their completion design, seems a little bit high in terms of the recovery for the estimated unit.
And what is your opinion as?
Given the typical development for a 2 mile well.
Okay. I'm sorry I cut you off there.
No, that's it.
Okay. What's your opinion as to why 1 mile wells are not drilled often anymore in North Dakota?
So we typically drill 2 mile development, given the cost synergies of increasing your lateral length. You're seeing a lot of development actually go towards 3 mile development. We respaced one earlier today to try to see that a little bit south of this unit. So we see a lot of cost synergies in being a prudent operator by increasing that lateral length and increasing our capital efficiency. So we do not have any plans, and we haven't drilled any 1 mile lateral since at least I've been with the company.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Ms. Carlson?
Just a couple. First, in your opinion, if uneconomic or otherwise, how would the drilling of the 1 mile lateral proposed in 30669 impact the correlative rights, which is the purpose of this spacing hearing, of owners under case 30804?
So I think it kind of goes back to your guys' point in terms of wanting to drill this 5K well because of the cost synergies of the pad. So I guess it comes down to being able to, moving a drilling rig. You guys had mentioned that it doesn't, you waste a lot of money by having to de-rig just for a single well. So I think it just comes down to being able to synergize it with adjacent development. So if it's not being developed with when there's a drilling rig in there, I guess that's where our concern lies.
Certainly. Are you aware that correlative rights under North Dakota law don't entitle you to timing of development or the proportion of your development?
Yes, of course.
Only
Yes, of course.
your right to develop?
Yes.
And you're acknowledging that Conoco Burlington has the ability to develop Section 1. In fact, Conoco Burlington has the ability to develop a 2 mile comprised of all 4 sections.
Yes.
You just currently have no plans to do so.
Yes, we do not. We have the well stick identified in our plans as something to be drilled, but we do not currently have a spacing exhibit out for it.
Can you explain to me how the correlative rights of Hess, who is proposing to drill with a timely schedule 1 well in existence with an application today, are not damaged by your proposition that we should reserve these lands for possible future development?
Of course, and I think given the 3 mile development makes a ton of sense, and if there's some sort of commitment to being able to drill that, makes a lot of sense. But I guess the question we have is, why can't Hess drill that as like a 2 mile well?
So we actually
Existing well.
discussed that earlier in our testimony.
Okay. And it was because of the midstream offtake, or can you remind me?
I'm going to leave that to the commission audio later, if that's acceptable.
That's fine.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
Nick, given the economics that Hess presented in case 30669 for a 1 mile well, the CapEx is 7.4 million, and a rate of return of greater than 100% and a payout in 1.3 years, would those type of economics meet Burlington's threshold?
Yes. Over 100% economic would meet our economic threshold. I imagine the reason the CapEx is so low is because this well is being drilled with a few of the additional wells on that pad, which is synergizing a lot of the cost of the facility, rigging up and rigging down. So I'm not sure what those economics would look like if you were to do that all on a single well. It would likely increase the CapEx and reduce those economics.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further for case numbers 30669, 30804?
No, Mr. Herringhammer.
Right.
Oh.
So as I understand it, Rob, if there was a time commitment in the order to drill both wells, whatever that time commitment might be, Burlington doesn't have a significant objection?
It would have no objection.
Would have no objection. And if I understood the testimony earlier, that Hess had offered that type of commitment?
No, they did not.
Okay.
I
Is-
would,
Is Hess willing to offer that now?
I would say, and I will defer to them to re-rake me, but what Hess has offered is that we will, good faith, reasonably pursue development of both locations in a timely manner. We all know the commission has the authority to review outstanding orders anytime it would like. There is no bad faith on Hess's part. I think it was acknowledged earlier in testimony by Burlington that there are a significant number of factors that go into committing to development. Hess has designed these two units together largely to ensure that all of the interests of the working interest partners are fully developed, and in so doing has reasons to expedite one location before another. I don't think they are open to a firm drilling commitment. The only other times, and I have read every order that has been issued that I could find, I've found roughly 17 of them that include a timing commitment, and all of that is in laterals where they share the same unitized pool. And we are looking at issues of correlative rights and drainage. With a design like this, there is no correlative right or drainage issue. So for a minority operator, absent a correlative right justification, be able to determine the terms upon which another operator has to drill and complete a neighboring unit, in my humble opinion, would be very dangerous precedent to set, and Hess is unwilling to set it.
So, if I could interject, where the parties were at last was that Burlington was not requiring a firm time commitment. We had proposed language very similar to what we heard testified to, that they would endeavor, in other words, try hard, to get this 3080 well drilled, 300804 well drilled as a reasonable and prudent operator would, they would try to get it done within 3 years. That was not a commitment or a firm date. We were trying to get a number put in there so that everyone would have an idea going forward of what development would be like. And so I don't see the language that we proposed being any different really to Hess. Because if they are committed to drilling this well, fine, it shouldn't be any skin off their nose if this squishy 3 years is put in there. And if they don't get it done within 3 years, we are still in a situation where the 1 mile has been drilled, but the longer one has not.
I would say the material distinction in the language that was taken issue with was the 3 year. And I don't know that any number in there really works well. I think the underpinning of all spacing applications, we would not be here without a good faith intent to complete. We're happy to say that, but to insert an arbitrary number, I would absolutely love to see how many of Burlington's orders have included drilling commitments, whether squishy or firm, at the request of a minority operator. It's not something that happens regularly.
Yeah, the impasse between the parties was the number, if a number was gonna be put in or not. And we were flexible on what that number was gonna be.
And again, if there were issues akin to those with commitment wells or other orders where we've seen this sort of drilling commitment inserted, I think Hess is more than willing to negotiate with Conoco for a mutually beneficial bargain for exchange in exchange for a drilling commitment. We've discussed that, if they want to take on their fair share of certain costs, et cetera, to expedite operations, we'd be more than happy to have that conversation. And most drilling commitments are in fact contractual as opposed to regulatory, absent a correlative right justification.
Okay, I was just hoping you could come to an agreement so it'd make my life easier.
Well,
I think
yeah,
Hess
and I,
would still accept the language that we proposed.
yeah, and I heard something today that I, maybe, because I'm pinch hitting, as is Breezy. So I haven't been up on all of the discussions, but it's my understanding a contractual agreement was off the table, at least by the time I got involved. And so if that's something the parties can still talk about, I don't know. I would have to defer both to Hess and to the Burlington people.
Well, Burlington historically offered a letter agreement to create a drilling commitment, and what I'm discussing is something where Hess gets some bargain for exchange. Not just, we're going to drill this well because you asked us nicely to.
Yeah, and the point is, I haven't heard that.
know, yeah.
So I can't speak to it, and if that's available, I'm not sure if Burlington may be interested, is what I'm trying to say.
So is it worth leaving the record open for a week for the parties to talk and see if they can come up with some mutually acceptable language?
I think we're absolutely open to doing that. And I think at the end of the day, Hess is not in a position to accept any firm drilling commitment for 30804 and would instead ask that you deny the application. And as far as the stranded acreage is concerned with 30669, my concern with hearing these concurrently would that the issues would be conflated. And I would ask that when we're looking at 30669, the discussion about whether or not Section 1 is logistically stranded with denial of 30804 would be considered in the approval or denial of 30669 individually.
Absent the presence of case 30804, if 30669 was here on its own, the commission would have some real heartburn with that.
I'm certain.
So, if the record can remain open for a week, you guys can do your best. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. It's not gonna really affect, it just affects how long it takes to write the order.
Yeah, sure, sure.
So, are you agreeable to that, both parties?
Is that an agreement?
It's really in Hess's.
More than happy to keep the record open. I mean, I think Hess is very amicable to negotiating and has been. I will say that they are present today because we had no insight onto what discussion was going to be had. So the communication has been lacking somewhat. We will make our best effort. 1 week with the record open would be fantastic. And I will note that we are possibly going to ask to expedite the order for 30669 if possible. This has been continued multiple times to try to negotiate with Burlington. And obviously, we discussed the drilling timings in testimony, and we're coming to the end of our comfort zone with respect to timing.
Well, with that being said, if you come to an agreement, the order will get written much faster, because if it's contested, it has to go to the commission itself for
Certainly.
signature, and that's not gonna occur until at least May, if not later.
We have been doing our best and will continue to.
Okay.
Okay, the record will remain open until May 1st.
Thank you.
Okay, and that concludes our hearings for case numbers 30804 and 30669. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. we're going to call two cases that were previously on the administrative docket. We'll start with case number 30680, application of Hesbachen 2 Investments, Hesbachen Investments 2 LLC for an order pursuant to NDAC 43020388.1, pooling all interest in a spacing unit described as Section 12, Township 150 North, Range 96 West, and Section 7, Township 150 North, Range 95 West, Blue Butte, Spock, and Pool, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, as provided by NDCC Section 380808, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
You gotta introduce yourself.
I know. Where? Just put everything away. Which did he call? Oh.
I think so.
Breezy Carlson, attorney number 09826 with Kuiper Law Firm in Denver, 165 South Union Boulevard, Lakewood, Colorado, 80228. Here on behalf of Hesbachen Investments 2 LLC.
Rob Forward, attorney at law, Bismarck, North Dakota, Stinson Law Firm. I'm representing Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company, LP.
Do you have any witnesses?
The only witnesses we would have in this matter would be Laney Poindexter.
Okay.
For land.
Ms. Poindexter, you're still under oath?
That's fine, it's for pooling.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Would you be opposed to continue contested pooling matters? Concurrent with the spacing resolution, where you hear them on the administrative docket later and withdraw your contest?
I don't understand what you're asking. Do you want to take a break? And have them do a few cases and we can figure this out, or?
Let's do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna take a break, if you won't mind hearing the next couple cases, and we might just continue these or find some other way to figure out how we best want to proceed with the contested poolings.
Okay, that works.
Okay.
Are you ready now, or you still need a quick break?
No, I think we're going to move forward now.
Okay.
I'm sorry. No. It looks like everyone has taken a 5-minute break.
No.
Let's take a 5-minute break and we'll just get our bearings here, or I'll get my bearings.
We'll get there.
All right, we're back on the record. We'll call case number 30807, application of Five States Operating Company LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Rocky Hill Madison Pool to 1, extend the field outline to include all of sections 14 to 15, Township 138 North, Range 99 West, Stark County, North Dakota. 2, to establish 4 320-acre spacing units in the Rocky Hill Madison Pool consisting of the east half and the west half of said section 14 and the east half and the west half of said section 15, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on each such unit. 3, to allow the wells to produce at a maximum efficient rate. Or 4, granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Five States Operating LLC. And I'll have one witness on this case and the next case. They're kind of pretty similar cases, but Jeff Brem is the witness, and he should be on the line now.
Mr. Brem?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do, yes.
Jeff, can I have you state your name and then tell us by whom you're employed, what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Jeffrey Brem, 4702 Gladesdale Park Lane, Katy, Texas. I am with Phoenix Energy Partners, and we are a consultant for Five States Operating.
Sure. And Jeff, have you previously testified before this commission?
I have.
And did you have your qualifications received as that of an expert?
I have, yes.
Okay. And you're familiar with the Rocky Hill field development and kind of the proposed kind of spacing you're looking for today, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. I'd move the testimony of Mr. Brem be received as that of an expert in this case.
Motion granted.
And Jeff, let's start with your exhibit number 1. Can you just kind of walk us through it and show us what you've got depicted on that exhibit?
Okay, this is a map of the Rocky Hill field, which is outlined in red, and the adjacent Bull Creek field, which I'll also be talking about in the next case. And you can see the extension that was already described, sections 14 and 15, to the east of Rocky Hill Field. Also depicted are the 2 wells which we have drilled within the last year in Rocky Hill Field that we would like to continue with.
And those are the trilaterals, those that you've got in there, those are your wells?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Let's move on then to exhibit number 2. Can you take us through that exhibit?
Okay, this exhibit is essentially the same map. It has the current Five States acreage on it in blue, and the 4 320-acre spaced DSUs that are requested with the current working interest for each of those 4 DSUs.
Okay. Let's move on then to exhibit number 3. Can you describe the structure underlying the, I guess, the extensions and then the proposed spacing units?
Right. This is a depth structure map in the Freiberg porosity interval at the top of the Freiberg gamma marker, which is a consistent marker in all the wells that are in the mapped area and actually beyond. This is at a contour interval of 10 feet subsea, and it shows that the structure is essentially gentle and dipping off to the north.
Okay. Let's go on then to exhibit number 4, that net pay map, if you can walk us through that exhibit.
Okay, so this is for the Freiberg porosity interval. This is the net pay map. So this is the thickness in feet of porosity greater than 9%, water saturation less than 65%. Again, contours here in feet.
Okay. And then you've identified cross-section. Oh, sorry. You're probably going to cover that.
I was just going to say that there's a line of cross-section which is going to appear. The cross-section is in the following exhibit.
Yeah. So let's move on to Exhibit 5. Can you walk us through that cross-section?
Okay, so this is a electrical log cross section for the Freiberg porosity interval, and it shows the porosity and fluid saturations within that porosity on the track most to the right, which is the green and the blue, and it also shows our zone nomenclature, which is a little bit different than what has been used previously. And I have that over on the extreme left over there for reference. And finally, it shows what our target interval in this area is, which is what we call our lower B zone. It shows also that the porosity zones are correlative. They do persist throughout the area, but have some variability to them in the lower parts.
Sure.
The net pay, porosity, and water saturation parameters are shown in the lower right, and that is for the well on the left on the section.
And Jeff, we're asking the commission to extend Rocky Hill Field to pick up 14 and 15, which are directly adjacent to Rocky Hill Field, and then space those with those stand-up 320s. In your opinion, Jeff, is the Madison pool underlying both sections 14 and 15 part of the same common source of supply as currently within the Rocky Hill Field boundaries?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Let's go ahead then and move on to exhibit number 6, and if you could just walk us through how you would propose to develop these spacing units?
This is a map which again shows the extension of the Rocky Hill Field, and our initial development pattern, which you can see here, which is alternating sections, or I'm sorry, alternating DSUs. One well will completely fill the 320. You can see the well in detail in the little inset diagram at the right. These setbacks and parameters here are based on the approvals that we had for the first two wells, and that was from case 29565 from the 29th of November of 2022. So we're asking for the same setbacks and geometry, I guess you could say, of the wellbore for subsequent wells.
Sure, that makes sense. So then let's go ahead and move on to the final exhibit number 7. Can you take us through the reservoir data and the proposed, or the economics for the proposed wells?
Okay, so this is our initial economics that we have come up with so far for the performance of the wells that we've drilled. So you can see the initial rate of 300 barrels a day, the expected EUR of 467,000 barrels. We have a rate of return of 15.4%, and that is based on the oil price assumption that you see at the bottom, and the OPEX and saltwater disposal costs as well. In the lower right is the net pay parameters for the well that is closest to the first of the wells that we're proposing, which is not the same as the parameters that are on slide or exhibit 5. This is the Baudouin 1021 well, and you can see the net pay and net pay porosity and water saturation parameters for that one.
Okay. Jeff, in your opinion, if the commission were to grant this relief and extend the field boundaries to pick up these lands and then grant you the 320 spacing, is that going to prevent waste, protect correlative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
I have no further questions for Mr. Brem at this time. I'd offer the exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Jeff, in your application, you asked for the wells to be allowed to produce at a maximum efficient rate.
That's correct, yep.
And currently in Rocky Hill, Madison Pool, they're allowed to produce an unrestricted rate for 60 days. After that, it's 200 barrels a day for another 60 days, 150 barrels a day for the next 60 days, and thereafter it's limited to no more than 100 barrels of oil per day unless they're connected. Are these wells?
That's right.
Are these wells going to outperform that, where you need relief from that provision in the order?
We currently are still evaluating that. We are specifically with the idea of gas production. We're trying to determine what the best rates are at the moment. One of our wells is currently at the 100 barrel a day limit or slightly below. The other one has only been producing for a little over 2.5 months. So it hasn't reached its limit yet. But our initial inquiry, I guess you could say, insofar as connecting up the gas to an existing gas system, has shown that at the current rates we're producing, that this would be an uneconomic venture. It would require a gas pipeline to be laid in a right-of-way of approximately 5 miles. So we would ask that for relief on a well-by-well basis for that contingency, I guess, put it that way.
Forgive me if I've missed it, but where is any data or evidence that would support your request for allowing the wells to produce at an MER indefinitely?
We don't have it on this particular slide deck, but I can certainly get that.
Well, I think if you're requesting relief from that provision, you're going to have to give us some evidence.
Okay.
Wait, how long do you want to go? Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Rich.
Jeff, apologize if I missed something early in your testimony as well, but looking at your Exhibit 6, you're displaying that alternating development pattern of every other 320 getting developed. Is that your actual plan throughout here, or will the intervening 320s get developed as well?
This is our initial development strategy. As like I say, we've only drilled 2 wells so far. One of which is still kind of in its evaluation stage. The next several wells are going to be spaced as shown, but the eventual sort of, I guess you'd say, final drilled up field would have wells in every DSU, similar wells.
So provided they pan out economically, you would intend to develop the 320s, the that you're establishing.
That's correct.
Potentially get developed.
Within geological limits or geological findings, I guess you could say.
Okay, thank you.
Wade, how long do you want to keep the record open to provide the documentation?
Yeah, hey, Jeff, do you think, would a couple weeks be long enough to get that economic data that, reflecting that it's uneconomic to connect to gathering system? That 2 weeks sufficient?
Well, wait, I think whether it's economic or not, I mean, that's a different issue from the MER. I mean, are you looking at, are you thinking, or?
Well, I think what they're looking to is to be able to produce, you know, because like Jeff indicated, they're kind of bumping up against that threshold with one of those wells, and if, you know, depending on how these look, I think they, you know, they have those concerns and don't want those restrictions and limitations. And I think we looked at kind of surrounding areas, and I think Freiburg, which is fairly close, doesn't have those restrictions or limitations, you know, so they're kind of seeking something comparable to that.
Okay.
So you're requesting May 8th?
Yeah.
The record will remain open till May 8th.
Okay.
And that concludes our hearing for case number 30807. Case number 30808, application of Five States Operating Company LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Bull Creek Madison Pool to, 1, extend the field outline to include all of sections 22, 23, 26, and 27, Township 138 North, Range 99 West, Stark County, North Dakota. 2, to establish 10 320-acre spacing units in the Bull Creek Madison Pool consisting of the east half and the west half of said section 22, the east half and west half of said section 23, the east half and the west half of said section 26, and the east half and the west half of said section 27, and the east half and the west half of section 21, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on each such unit. 3, to allow the wells to produce at a maximum efficient rate, or 4, granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Five States Operating. Again, I'll have Jeff Brem appearing in this case.
Okay, just a reminder, Mr. Brem, you're still under oath.
And Mr. Examiner, there'll be some overlap here. I mean, this is directly to the south of the previous case, and so bear with us. So, Jeff, why don't you go ahead and start with exhibit number 1. Walk us through that exhibit.
Okay. Exhibit number 1 shows the extension, or shows the outline of the Bull Creek field adjacent to the Rocky Hill field. It also shows, again, the 2 wells which we've already drilled in the Rocky Hill field, and the extension for the Bull Creek field to the east, which includes sections 22, 23, 26, and 27 in Township 138 North, Range 99 West.
All right, then let's move on to the next exhibit. If you can identify those spacing units you're looking at and your working interest on that map.
Okay. The spacing units are outlined in green. They include sections 21, 22, 23, 26, and 27. We are requesting 320-acre spacing, stand-ups as shown, and our working interest is for each of the spacing units is shown in red at the bottom of each of the DSUs.
Okay. Then let's move on to your structure map, exhibit 3.
The structure map is, again, the top of the Freiburg Gamma marker within the Freiburg porosity zone. And it shows essentially a general dip to the north. The contour spacing there is 10 feet subsea.
Okay. And the net pay map, Exhibit 4?
The net pay map is the total thickness of Freiberg porosity greater than 9% porosity and less than 65% water saturation. And the contours there are in feet. The current 5 states acreage is shown in blue, and there's an indicated line of cross-section, which refers to Exhibit 5.
Sure. And then, Jeff, moving on to Exhibit 5, I think this is the same cross-section you took us through in the previous case, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Anything different with respect to this case or your proposed development, or anything unique to these sections or Bull Creek field?
No, this is the target and the stratigraphy are interpreted to be very similar for both cases.
Sure. And Jeff, again, in this case as well, we're seeking to extend that field boundary of the existing Bull Creek field and pick up those adjacent sections that we're then seeking to space. So in your opinion, and based on your evaluation, is the Madison pool underlying those 4 sections, is that part of the same common source of supply that's within the current Bull Creek field?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Let's move on then to exhibit number 6 and just kind of take us through how you would develop these sections.
Okay, the development would utilize the same well geometry that we have utilized in the previous 2 wells that we drilled this last year. And you see the locations of the indicative wells that we would propose to drill. The layout of the well is again is shown in the little diagram at the right, and it has setbacks which were approved for the Rocky Hill field. Again, case 29565, which we would like to continue into this part of Rocky Hill. I'm sorry, Bull Creek.
Sure. And then, Jeff, moving on to exhibit number 7, presume this is essentially the same with respect to both the reservoir data and the economics that you've testified to with respect to the Rocky Hill development?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And again, you have requested the same relief with respect to the gas gathering, and we'll agree to provide the similar data that will be relevant to both the Rocky Hill development and Bull Creek for this case as well, correct?
Correct, yes.
And then similar to the last case, if this gets approved and we pick up these sections and get this spacing for the development that you've mentioned, in your opinion, would that prevent waste, protect correlative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, I believe so.
All right. I have no further questions for Mr. Bremen. I'd offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Jeff, in developing this area, this hopscotch pattern, has 5 states looked at drilling 2 space units north and south from the same pad?
We initially, back again at case 29565, we actually did propose that. But for the preservation of correlative rights, we were granted 320 acre spacing, and to maximize the effective wellbore length within 320, that required us to have the pad offset in the adjacent section as shown in Exhibit 6. So the pad for the well going in the opposite direction would be essentially across the street. we believe that because of the well bore would be necessarily short to take advantage of, or to put the two wells on the same bed, that it would not be as effective a well bore. The idea of the well bore with the setbacks that we requested was to maximize the amount of effective well bore that we have within a given 320.
Okay, in Bull Creek, well, let me back up. In case 29565, did you testify in that case?
I did, yes.
And so I'll read from you paragraph 14 of the finding. It says Mercury Resources testified it has estimated the drainage radius for its proposed horizontal laterals at 400 feet based upon legacy horizontal wells in the Rocky Hill, Davis Creek, and Norwegian Creek, Madison pool horizontal wells in area in support of its request for a 440 east-west setback and a 400 feet north-south setback. Is that your opinion of what would that be the same? Would your opinion be the same in the Bull Creek field?
It is, yes.
So we can take administrative notice of that testimony in that case to establish the same setbacks?
Yeah, I think that's fine, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Jeff, just looking at your exhibit 4, the other wells in Bull Creek over to the west would appear to be outside of where you've identified the kind of prime acreage for this development. Are those targeting the same Freiburg target you're proposing in this case, or are they targeting something else?
Those wells were actually drilled in, I believe, the late 90s or the early 2000s, and the intervals that they were targeting were actually a little bit shallower, and were not the same thing that we are targeting in our wells. I think times being what they were, in several cases it appears that they had difficulty finding the correct porosity zone to target. So those wells were not necessarily the best representatives of production from the Madison, especially in the lower B zone that we're proposing.
So they targeted something shallower in the Madison or the Mission Canyon?
It is. It's at the very, very top of the Freiburg porosity zone. They targeted a very thin pay zone at the top. But these were some of the first wells that were drilled in the area, so there's been more activity and experience, I guess you could say.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that concludes our hearing for case number 30808. I'm going to go back to case number 30680 and recall the interested parties.
We call just 30680. I'm sorry, it's outside our both.
30680, I'd call that first.
Perfect. Breezy Carlson, State Bar 09826 with Kuiper Law Firm out of Denver, Colorado. Address being 165 South Union Boulevard, Lakewood, 80228. Here on behalf of Hesbachen Investments 2 LLC. We have previously submitted all of our materials for our pooling record. We do have Laney Poindexter here who is available to testify should it be necessary, but have no other evidence or questions to submit.
Mr. Ford?
Rob Forward, Bismarck, North Dakota, attorney at law, Stinson Law Firm, representing Burlington Resources Oil and Gas. We have nothing to submit. Our objection to the application for spacing still stands.
Right, and that's, I guess that's what we've been discussing, is that the spacing issue determines the pooling issue. So I'm just curious as to what your objection is here in this case. If the spacing is granted, the pooling has to be granted per statute. If the spacing is denied, the pooling can't be granted. So what is your objection?
Belts and suspenders. I merely objected because I had everything in front of me that day and everything went out the door.
Okay.
There's no objection that to the pooling that I haven't articulated in the spacing.
Okay. So there's no reason to hold the hearing on this
No,
issue at this point in time.
correct.
Do you agree, Ms. Carlson?
I would agree.
Okay.
Would it be possible to withdraw our contest on the pooling applications only? Does it muddy the water to have that contest out there?
I think based on Rob's statement that their issue is with the spacing, we certainly could take that under advisement as it relates to the pooling. As the examiner said, if it's a space unit and there's an application to pool it, the commission has to pool it. So an objection is really a moot point. Your objection is to the spacing.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, that concludes our hearing for case number 30680. We'll move to case number 30823, application of Hesbachen Investments 2 LLC for an order pursuant to NDAC 4303020388.1, pooling all interests in a spacing unit described as sections 25 and 36, Township 151 North, Range 96 West, sections 30 and 31, Township 151 North, Range 95 West, section 1, Township 150 North, Range 96 West, and section 6, Township 150 North, Range 95 West, Blue Buttes Bakken Pool, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, is provided by NDCC section 380808, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case will be handled in the identical fashion as the previous case we discussed, absent any objection.
No objection.
No objection.
That concludes our hearing for case number 30823. Case number 30809, in the matter of a hearing called on the motion of the commission to consider the confiscation of all production-related equipment and saleable oil at the Erickson 127-H well, file number 16087, Lot 1, Section 27, Township 164 North, Range 97 West, Crosby Field, Divide County, North Dakota, operated by Vast Operations LLC or any working interest owner pursuant to NDCC Sections 380804 and 380804.9. All interested parties, please come forward.
Mr. Gammer, the commission would request that the well file and records be made part of this case.
Request granted. I will note for the record that no parties appeared in this case. That concludes our hearing for case number 30809. Case number 30810, in the matter of a hearing called on a motion of the commission to consider the confiscation of all production-related equipment and saleable oil at the Landstrom 1-33H well, file number 16307, Northeast, Section 33, Township 164 North, Range 97 West, Crosby Field, Divide County, North Dakota, operated by Vast Operations LLC or any working interest owner pursuant to NDCC Section 380804 and 380804.9. All interested parties, please come forward.
Mr. Examiner, the commission would request that the well file and records be made part of this case.
Request granted.
As a point of clarification, I think we should make the well file part of the record, and we can take administrative notice of any other records that the commission has.
Okay.
They don't need to be in the record, just we can take administrative notice of them.
Duly noted.
Okay, thank you.
I will note for the record that no parties appeared in this case. That concludes the hearing for case number 30810. Case number 30811, in the matter of a hearing called on a motion of the commission to consider the confiscation of all production-related equipment and saleable oil at the burner 1-34H well, file number 16267, northeast, section 34, township 164 north, range 97 west, Crosby Field, Divide County, North Dakota, operated by Vast Operations LLC, or any working interest owner pursuant to NDCC sections 380804, 380804.9. All interested parties, please come forward.
Mr. Examiner, the commission would request that the well file be made part of the record and administrative notice of records for this case.
Request granted. I note for the record that no parties appeared in this case. That concludes our hearing for case number 30811. Case number 30812. In the matter of a hearing called on a motion of the commission to consider the confiscation of all production-related equipment and saleable oil at the 29144-102 Burlington Northern One Well, file number 8234, northwest quarter, section 29, township 144 north, range 102 west, Morgan Draw Field, Billings County, North Dakota, operated by Dry Creek Disposal Company, Inc., or any working interest owner pursuant to NDCC sections 380804 and 380804.9. All interested parties, please come forward.
Mr. Examiner, the commission requests that the well file be made part of the record and administrative notice of any records for the case.
Request granted. I note for the record that no parties appeared in this case. That concludes our hearing for case number 30812, and that concludes our hearings for the day.